We are here to begin our second day of meetings in the Magna Conference of the Brazilian Academy of Science. Yesterday was an amazing day with a lot of discussions, presentations, and today for sure will be no different. Our theme will be information and knowledge, a theme which unfolds into many different aspects and needs to be addressed interdisciplinarily and multidisciplinarily. We have the joy and the honor of having our Professor José Roberto as our coordinator for the panel. I would like to invite Professor Boisson to make the first introduction and to coordinate our theme session. Thank you. Thank you so much for everybody's presence here in this meeting, the Museum of Tomorrow. To those who are not here, you're missing a wonderful view. And I'd just like to greet everybody who are in our cyberspace and on YouTube being part of this event. Yesterday we had many different questions being posed to the speakers. Hopefully today will be the same. Thank you so much for the invitation to be part of this event. It is an honor. I was a part of it before, and it is truly an honor for me. So this afternoon we'll have a keynote speaker, and then we'll have a technical session with 3 more speakers. And in all of them, we will have the theme of computing and technology. Initially, we will have a speaker. Well, the underlying idea of all of them is to talk about the impact of technology and computing in society as a whole. I don't want to go long, otherwise I will go into their time. So I'd like to start by introducing our keynote speaker, Professor Jim Kurose. Or James Kurose, or Jim Kurose, however he prefers. Ele é professor na Universidade de Massachusetts. Seus interesses estão nas áreas de redes computacionais. De 2015 a 2019, ele serviu como diretor da
US National Science Foundation, NSF, where he led the Directorate of Computer and Information Science and Engineering. And in 2018, he served as Assistant Director for Artificial Intelligence in the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. He has received a number of awards for his research, teaching, and service, including the IEEE Infocom Award, the ACM SIGCOM Lifetime Achievement Award, the ACM SIGCOM Test of Time Award, and the IEEE Computer Society Taylor Booth Educational Medal. With Keith Ross, he is the co-author of the best-selling textbook, Computer Networking, a top-down approach. And I must say, it's not only a best-selling, it's a very, very good book. And so it deserves all the success. And if I'm not wrong, it's already its 7th edition. He is a member of the US National Academy of Engineering and a fellow of both the IEEE and the ACM. Most important, Jim has been a friend of Brazil. For many years, he has had a research collaboration with one of our academics, Professor Edmundo Silva, and I had the honor of serving as co-general chair of a major international conference on computer networking held in Rio de Janeiro in 2019. I was co-chair and Jim was the other co-chair. So Jim, welcome. Thanks very much for, again, accepting to share your knowledge and experience. The floor is yours.
Obrigado. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to see you, Roberto, and I'm very honored. Oh, hold on, I'm going to adjust my volume here just a little bit. Okay, I think that's good. So, obrigado, and thank you again for the introduction. I'm very, very happy to be here, to be able to talk to the annual meeting of the Academy, and I'm very, very sorry that I can't be there in person. The location sounds wonderful, and I've been to Brazil many, many times, been to Rio more times than I can count, Salvador, Florianopolis, Sao Paulo, Brasilia. When I was at the National Science Foundation, I worked with CNPq to establish a joint research program in cybersecurity between the United States and Brazil. Came down for many meetings for that. So I'm very, very sorry I can't be there in person, and look forward to my next trip, hopefully later this year down there. I wanted to thank you again for the invitation, and for my keynote talk, it's going to be a little bit different of a keynote talk than maybe some of the other ones that you've been listening to, because rather than talk deeply about a specific area of science, so for instance, computer science or computer networking, which is my research area, I wanted to step back a little bit, and I wanted to talk about themes that I see resonating in US universities, research universities in the United States, having to do with use-inspired research and also education and educational technology. And I've been involved in many discussions with folks at universities really across Brazil on both of those topics. So I hope folks find things interesting. And again, I'll make sure that I leave plenty of time at the end for questions and for discussion, because I'm very interested to hear folks' input. So if it's okay, I'd like to share my screen now. And does that look okay? I think everybody can see it. It looks like the screen is coming through okay. So the title of my talk is, it's about innovation, but it's about innovation in the area of learning and also in what are being called innovation accelerators. So it's innovating both in education and in use-inspired research. And so here's the outline of what I'd like to talk about. I'd like to start with education and an approach towards education that builds on, in the United States, we have a very strong notion of residential learning, where you go to a university for 4 years, 5 years sometimes, and your classes are in person. And separately, we've been having online education for many years. And flexible learning is about combining the best of those two, so I want to talk a little bit about that. The second part of the talk, I want to talk about use-inspired research. And this is something that while I was at the National Science Foundation, and since then, the Congress of the United States, the Senate, and also the executive branch, the president and the White House, there's been a lot of investments that are now being made. So I wanted to talk about that trend in research on use-inspired research, getting your research results sort of out into the real world and pulling research inspirations from real world use. And then we'll have some time at the end just to summarize quickly. I want to talk about science and computer science and information science more broadly there. And then we'll leave plenty of time for discussion at the end. So let me start with the first part and talk about flexible learning. And so let me start with a bit of background. I was visiting Korea 2 years ago, I think, and I saw this distribution, this data on the right-hand side, which shows the distribution of men in blue or women in pink from 1960. That's the top graph. And so you see, look at you see sort of a very nice, almost exponential there, where you've got large numbers of young people in Korea. That's 1960. In 2010, sorry, you see the distribution down there at the bottom, where the number of young children who will then become college students is very, very different. So, and matter of fact, you see the bulk of the of the population in Korea now far past the age of universities, and a much smaller group of students actually coming up. So the trends in the United States and in Asian countries, in Japan, in Korea, in particular in European countries, in the United States, I'm not so sure this is true in Brazil, but in many countries this is true. We see a decreasing 18 to 22-year-old population. That's the typical population of students or age of students at universities in the United States. I'm a little bit embarrassed to say that in the United States, if you know, the cost of going to a college is becoming more and more expensive. I know one of the wonderful things about Brazil and many other countries is that education is more widely available and the costs are more taken care of by the state. In the United States, education is becoming more and more a private good rather than a public good. But we're seeing the ends of that tuitions can't just go up anymore. And we're seeing disruption in terms of technology, the kinds of jobs, man-machine interactions, and the kinds of skills that you need to be able to flourish lifelong in a career. And so when we think about universities, there's this notion that a university should not have walls around it, that a university should expand out into the population, that our students should be going out for internships, for real-world experiences, and that there should be the ability to learn once you're past 18 to 22, you're out there, you're in the workforce, so you should be able to learn across a lifetime. This is some of the background that we're seeing. And so the question is, how will we in the United States, and how will we in particular, so I come from a large public research university, very much like the UF, the federal universities in Brazil. And the question is, how will our universities be changing and step up to the challenge that we see because of these trends in demographics, in cost, in the need for lifelong learning? There have been a couple of books. So I'm a professor, I could give you all homework. Here are two books that I found very provocative in the last 10 years or so by an MIT, actually business professor called Clayton Christensen, on the innovative university and disrupting the classroom, and talking about the impact of technology on education. Okay, and you know, of course, the fear is always that, especially with a shrinking demographic of students coming to college, that the choice is either innovate or die, right? And that's something that Forbes, it's a business magazine, is very fond of saying. Okay, so at the University of Massachusetts, just to give you some context, we've launched an initiative called Flexible Learning at Umass. And I'm going to tell you just quickly what it's about and then touch on the bigger picture questions associated with it. So Flexible Learning at Umass is an extension, so that's an important word, of the world-class academic experience that we have, and providing flexible access to what we think of as a very rich campus experience. And why are we doing this? Oops. Well, we're doing it because the students now are demanding not just excellence in the quality of their education, but flexibility in the ways that they access their educational opportunities. So I want to deconstruct this statement just a little bit. So first of all, it's an extension. We are what's called a residential university. I know that's less common in Brazil and in many European universities, but in the United States, students very often move to where the university is. On my campus, we have 25,000 students, and the majority of them move from somewhere else. They come to Massachusetts, to the University of Massachusetts, and they live there. We have been teaching for 150 years in person to the students who have come to the university, live in dormitories, and we teach them. We want to take that face-to-face teaching that we do very well, and we want to expand it and extend it out. We want to take the world-class education and extend it beyond the borders of our university, and providing flexible access, not just to our courses, but to the whole experience about being on a campus. That means advising. We have a phrase in English, I'm not sure there's a equivalent phrase in Portuguese, called co-curricular. That means it's not just the classroom, but you learn outside the classroom as well. And so we want to take all those experiences and make them available to students who are not physically present on campus. And why are we doing this? Well, again, because students want and need and really demand excellence in their university education, but they also want flexibility in how they're able to access those opportunities. So I have a little cartoon here on the next slide. I don't know if this is just cultural in the United States. There's a saying that if you take blind people or put a blindfold on people and make them touch an elephant, what do they think it is? And so some people, you know, if you touch the front of an elephant, you think, oh, it's a big snake. If you touch the other end of the elephant, you think it's a rope. If you touch a leg, you think, oh, it's a tree, right? So it could mean many things to many people. And flexible learning can mean many things to many people, right? So some people think, oh, it's just Zoom. Or some people think, oh, it's hybrid learning, it's online learning. There are phrases like high flex, blended learning that we see being thrown around. So I want to be very clear about what we mean by flexible learning. And that's the following. So we have a very simple definition. It means that we're expanding access to what we at the University of Massachusetts offer by combining two or more, that's the important thing, two or more, 2 or 3 learning modes. Those learning modes are in-person, face-to-face classrooms. That's what we've been doing for 150 years, where the instructors and the students meet at the same time in the same place. We could do live online, and that is what we're doing here, or what I'm doing here with you, that we're meeting online at the same time. And then there's asynchronous and online, where the teacher and the students are engaging in their own at different times, and they're in different places as well. And so flexible learning is taking any 2 of those, 2 or 3 of those, and combining them as part of the learning experience. So of course, maybe you're sitting there and you're saying, well, you know, distance learning is not new. I know from my conversations with many of my friends in Brazil that distance learning is not new, and there are initiatives underway. I know Edmundo de Souza, Edmundo, has been involved in this for 10 years, and we've been working together on some of these things. So distance learning is not new. And in the United States, it actually goes back 150 years, right? So that you used to be able to take what are called correspondence courses, where you'd be at home, you'd be mailed your courses, and you'd mail back your assignments. In the 1930s, so 100 years ago, radio happened. And it's actually very interesting that radio in some ways started during a pandemic because of polio, and children were afraid to be coming into school. And so very much like the pandemic we're in now, distance-based learning, and this time through radio 100 years ago, became very popular. There were TV broadcasts and local cable TV instruction that happened in the 1960s and onwards. This is actually a picture of a class I taught in the 1980s that used to go up by satellite around the entire United States. And then, of course, most recently, the internet. The Georgia Institute of Technology, Georgia Tech, has an online master's degree in computer science that's really become incredibly famous, and it's exactly the same with what they do on in the classroom. So learning at a distance is definitely not new. So we should ask ourselves, what's changed? What's different now? The first thing is, of course, we've got better and more ubiquitous technology. So we've got web and Zoom. This meeting is a great example about how we're able to do things over at a distance. You see a picture on the right-hand side here from Northeastern University, also in Massachusetts, of a flexible classroom where you see students physically present in the classroom, students also online, and then it's recorded at the same time. So it's online, it's in person, and it's also asynchronous, mixing 3 of those learning modalities. So we have really for the first time, I think, or first time in 2 or 3 years, especially with Zoom, but other products coming out, the ability to do this at production quality. So the University of Massachusetts and UFRJ have been doing joint classes together by Skype and by some software that was built at UFRJ for 15 years. We've been doing classes together. I wouldn't say that's scalable in the sense that we could have thousands of people there at the same time. But now we can, I think, with tools, in particular tools like Zoom. We've got ubiquitous technology here. Because of the pandemic, so for me as a computer scientist, I've been using Zoom and Skype and earlier tools for now 25 years and putting my courses online for 25 years. But most faculty who don't work in the area, don't have expertise in computer science, the technology, the Zoom technology, online teaching technology is something that they've really just learned about during the pandemic. In my university, 100% of our courses, every single course, well, 98% of the courses were actually taught online during the worst part of the pandemic here in the United States a year ago. There were no students present on campus. We still taught all of our courses and they were all taught by Zoom. So faculty and students now have a lot more experience with technology. We're able now also to integrate, and we're learning from a pedagogy point of view, a teaching point of view, how to integrate what happens in the classroom, what happens with on-campus and off-campus students, and doing that synchronously and asynchronously. And then last, the model of a 4-year student is different now than it was even 10 years ago, that students are not just showing up on campus, staying for 4 years and leaving. They're leaving in the middle of their studies to do internships, to travel abroad. And so we need to be able to reach our students when they're not physically on campus, even though they're very much still part of the University of Massachusetts community. So when we think about flexible learning, these are the kinds of things that we think are going to be and are important, because we've embarked on this already. We're helping students by allowing them to participate in internships, meaning they'll take a job in the middle of their 3rd year of college. They'll go work at Google for a semester, or they'll go work at Amazon for a semester. They'll do an internship, and that what we call service learning is something that they'll be able to experience. They'll have international experiences as well. They may be able to travel to Brazil, for example, or to Europe or to Asia, while they're still taking courses back at the University of Massachusetts. So that's important. In many cases, I think this is happening worldwide, that more and more students sometimes need to be off campus to be with their families. They still want to continue their courses, but now they're 300 miles away or 2,000 miles away. They need to have their classes, and they need to be able to interact where their life needs them to be while they're still students at our university. And then they're going to go off campus, they're going to develop new communities, they're going to bring those perspectives back, and they're going to go out, join the workforce, live their lives, but they're still going to need to pick up new skills. So I think this is going to be very important for students. I mean, it's a real opportunity for us and for education, higher education more broadly, by adopting multiple modes of teaching to be able to better meet student needs and to give them more opportunities like internships and international experiences. So from a faculty point of view, it allows us to have more students who are taking our courses. It allows us to reach students who can't physically come to campus. So there are issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. If you can't afford to live on campus, there's still possibilities of taking courses when you're not on campus. For faculty, the approach that we're taking, and I'm assuming many of you are faculty, so I wanted to spend a little time on this particular bullet, what we're doing here is student-centered. It changes from one discipline to another. It's opt-in, and it includes many activities I mentioned before that define the UMass experience. So it's student-centered. We're doing this for the students, what we just saw on the previous slide, so they can do internships, so that they can travel overseas, so that they can work part-time if they need to work part-time, they can live with their families if they can't come to campus. It's discipline specific because our School of Nursing is very different from our College of Computer Science, which is very different from music, which is very different from English, for example. So so we're not just looking at STEM, we're not just looking at large classes. So we're going to need a range of different approaches here to make this work. And they're going to be very discipline specific, we think. We have opt-in, and so you'll appreciate this if you're faculty. It means you can never force a faculty member to do anything, at least not here in the United States, right? The faculty get to do what they want. So there are opportunities for faculty and for departments to participate in flexible learning. We hope they will because it's good for the students. There will be financial incentives to participate as well. But in the end, the decision about whether to do this, how to teach, is very much an individual faculty decision here in the United States, certainly at the Research One universities like the University of Massachusetts. And so it's opt-in, it's not a required thing, it's not being forced on anybody. And again, thinking not just about classes, but student advising, student activities, the things that happen outside the classroom. It allows us to distribute the teaching load over a full year. And we have unions, we have faculty unions here, so we do bargaining with them. And so for us as a university, so I'm a faculty member, but I'm also an associate chancellor at the University of Massachusetts. So I like to think for the institution as a whole, we need to respond to this change in decreasing college age students. We have to reach new students. In the United States, universities are generally getting less support from the states. That's a trend going back 30 years now. So being in some ways funding your own activities by increasing student group sizes and things like that is something we have to do. And it allows us as the University of Massachusetts to reach markets and students that are outside of Massachusetts, outside the United States. And again, this issue of diversity, equity, inclusion, it's going to allow students to join from lots of different backgrounds. So we're doing a couple things programmatically here. We have fellowships that are awarded to faculty to be able to come in to learn how to teach in multiple modalities at the same time. We're making investments in classroom technologies to be able to capture, automatically upload, into Zoom, into YouTube, captured classrooms that have directional cameras, directional microphones, and things like that, and online learning management systems. So if I think about looking forward, that if I'm a student, we have a saying in English, vote with your feet, meaning, you follow your feet, you go where the type of learning is best for you, so that we think students will vote with their feet, and that there will be enhanced enrollments and flexible learning courses, maybe over traditional face-to-face courses. We need to look at the learning outcomes, and we need to think about the services that the students are going to get. From a faculty point of view, we have to better understand how to teach in multiple modalities and what overhead there is associated with different modalities. There are financial incentives for doing this. And then looking 10 years down the road, new technologies, augmented reality, virtual reality, using conversational AI to interact with students. These are all technologies that are being explored probably more in the research labs now than in the production. And then again, allowing more students to come and use our physical facilities. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say about, and I got a question through WhatsApp already, but we'll hold some questions until the end. I want to spend the next 15 minutes, and then I'll make sure we've got plenty of time for questions on use-inspired research, and in particular, national programs here in the United States that, especially coming out of the National Science Foundation, that are promoting use-inspired research. Okay, so, and again, this is based on, I think as Roberto may have mentioned, I couldn't hear everything he said. that I spent 5 years working at the National Science Foundation, leading our computer science directorate, and part of a year working at the White House in the Office of Science and Technology Policy. So there's a concern in the United States that you can see here. This is a report from a year ago from the president's advisors, science and technology advisors, about the US leadership in science and technology, right? And the question that it's being challenged probably as never before by international competitions. So we all live in a global interconnected world. And so in some sense, we collaborate, but we also, and cooperate, but in some senses, you know, in some cases, we're also competing across countries. And especially in areas like artificial intelligence, quantum information science, manufacturing, biotech, communication, many of the fields that those of us in computer science work in. So when our current President Biden appointed the head of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, wrote an open letter saying, how can the United States ensure that it continues to be one of the leaders or a leader or the leader in technologies and industries of the future? And that's actually turns out pretty well defined. I'll get to that in a second. And let me show you a graph that is really underlying a lot of this. On the x-axis here, you see time. On the y-axis, you see the amount that's being expended per year on R&D activities by countries or region. So the red curve that you see going up is the United States. The blue curve below that is the EU. And really the curve to pay probably the most attention to is the purple curve below that, that is really going up very fast. And of course, that's China. And so these are just, you know, published data on R&D expenditures by countries. And in the United States, we look at other countries and we see, in particular with respect to China, look at the investments that they're making. And that's cause for concern. So I want to show you a graphic that when I was in working in both the White House, but also at the National Science Foundation, that I would use a lot. And this is called the tire tracks diagram. So think of 2 tire tracks, or in this case, 3 tire tracks going up in time. And I'll show you what these tire tracks talk about. And let's look at the one on the right-hand side, 3 tire tracks going up, a red one, a blue one, and a green one for networking. Okay, so you see, this is about research in computer networking and the internet and the web, starting in universities. That's the red line going up. Then there's a blue line. That blue line represents industry. And then there's a green line that goes up, and that's showing the size of the market share. When it's thin, it's $1 billion industry. When it gets thicker, it's $10 billion or more. And the most important thing here, and this is what I want to stress, are those little arrows that are going back and forth, right? From universities into industry, from industry back into universities, from industry out into products. And you see those lines going back and forth and back and forth. This is something in the United States incredibly important. The notion of ideas, of artifacts, of people moving back and forth between academia, universities, and industry over time. And also, as a result of that, new products and new industries being created. So we call this the tire tracks diagram. And when I was at NSF, the director of all of the NSF, so for all of science and engineering, this picture that I just showed you, that I'm showing you here, is the one picture that she took when she went to Congress to talk about the budget for the National Science Foundation, because it tells this very, very important story of the interaction between research and industry and overall economic competitiveness, economic growth. And so I focused on networking here. It's my research area, Roberto's research area, but this is actually something that goes across many different areas. I'm not going to go through these here, but you see communications, computer architecture, software, networking, distributed systems, databases, graphics, AI, robotics. And so it's a story that happens again and again and again, this back and forth of ideas and people between industry and academia. And so that graph only went up to 2010. There's a new version that just came out. It's more complicated, so I didn't show it. But that kind of impact that we're talking about about research impact in the real world. Use-inspired research in some cases in the real world continues today. One of my favorite examples, of course, is machine learning. If you look at how big, the analytics market is, measured in fractions of trillions of dollars already. And at the National Science Foundation, there's a long history of supporting machine learning, not just in the last 5 or 10 years when it's gotten really hot, but going back to the 1970s, 1980s, reinforcement learning, for example, which is really, really hot now in machine learning, really started in the 1980s. And at the time, not many people were paying attention to it. It took 25, 30 years for the impact to really be seen, right? And so Eric Schmidt, who was the former CEO of Google, now Alphabet, saying, NSF, the National Science Foundation, basic research and use-inspired research is where the research gets started. Another area, in my area of research, software-defined networking, it's now about a $12 billion industry worldwide. There was one NSF grant that was made to Nick McEwen, whose picture you see here, a researcher at Stanford in 2008 that started, it was the first to find the term software-defined networking, and started the research trend that really results now in this very large, internationally $12 billion market. Okay, so I want to tell you a little bit about politically what's happening in the United States here in just a second, but I want to step back and take another big picture view of this issue of use-inspired research. And I'm not sure how many people who are listening here have read this book called Pasteur's Quadrant. It's shown on the right-hand side here. It's by an author named Donald Stokes. It's a wonderful book. I recommend it very highly. And what he says is, he says, we can look at research and we can divide it into four different quadrants. So in one quadrant, there's fundamental research that is curiosity driven, meaning, when Niels Bohr discovered atomic structure, or Madame Curie was looking, discovering radiation, there wasn't a goal there to do anything particular than to just generate fundamental knowledge. So that's one type of research that's certainly funded by the National Science Foundation and by CNPq and the Brazilian research foundations. Down on the bottom right-hand side, there are what we might call inventors. So very much use-inspired and very applied. So Thomas Edison, who created the light bulb, right, and commercialized electricity, early telephony, for example, is a great example of that. And then finally, up in the top right-hand corner, it's research that is use-inspired, but also very fundamental, right? And Louis Pasteur, who was really one of the first people to look at vaccines, for instance, in animals first, and then transferred over to humans. So vaccine research with a purpose, right? To keep animals alive in the face of animal pandemics, and now humans alive in the face of human pandemics. He also pasteurization of milk, a way of making milk, be able to be used over longer periods of time and not carry bacteria and other pathogens. So Louis Pasteur being sort of a great example of use-inspired research. And so at the National Science Foundation, it funds both basic pure research as well as use-inspired research. And at a national level,
Jim,
those two roles are very important. And I would say that the emphasis, there's increased emphasis now on use-inspired research for economic competitiveness, for national security, national defense. So NSF does both of those. And I want to talk just a little bit about translating basic research and use-inspired research out into the real world. So let's rotate that two-dimensional graph and look at it in 3 dimensions. So we've got curiosity-driven research. And if you look at deep learning, let me just pick reinforcement learning, for example. That was pretty much curiosity-driven research growing out of neural networks and models of neural networks, for example. It took 25 or 30 years in order for, you know, that technology to be commercialized. So 10 years after that started, was it a success? Well, it is today for sure, but maybe not 10 years later or 20 years later. If we move over to the use-inspired, research, we see content distribution networks, we see companies like Google. So actually both Akamai and Google were founded by researchers who had their ideas when they were working on NSF-funded projects and created their companies actually while they had their NSF grants. And for use-inspired research, that timescale tends to be shorter, that the time until you see the impact in the real world tends to be a little bit shorter. Okay, so I'm going to just very quickly tell you what's going on, and I'll put some numbers out there so you'll get a sense of the scale of investments that people are talking about. So in the United States, we have a Senate, we have a House. In the House, there was a bill in last year called the Endless Frontiers Act to create a new directorate inside the National Science Foundation for Technology and Innovation, to fund it at $1.8 billion and then raise that up to $9.3 billion. And a third of that was to be destined for what are called innovation centers, which I'll talk about for an example in just a second. And you can see in gray here why Congress wants to do this: to strengthen the leadership in critical technology areas, to accelerate the translation and development of scientific advances in key technology areas into processes and products. So it's sort of like that tire tracks diagram that we saw. And this bill actually went and named 10 areas that were identified as being key technology areas for investment. And they're probably not surprising to you: AI and machine learning, high performance computing, quantum, robotics, disaster prevention, that includes pandemic, advanced communications, wireless networking, biotechnology, cybersecurity, energy, and material science. So those were the 10 areas that our Congress said, these are areas that we want to make enhanced investments in. Over on the Senate, I'm sorry, that was the Senate side. Over on the House side, the legislature side, there was a proposal for a new directorate in the NSF, which had a slightly different name, slightly different amounts of money that would be allocated. But here's the reasoning on the House side, previous was the Senate: to accelerate the translation of NSF-supported fundamental research into advanced technologies, which weren't named then, support use-inspired research, facilitate commercialization in areas of societal and national importance. And then finally, the National Science Foundation itself, about 3 months ago now, created a new directorate. So you see the yellow directorates there: computer and information science and engineering, biology, education, engineering, geosciences, math and physical sciences. Those have disciplinary boundaries. And in the introduction to this session, the speaker was talking about cross-cutting across different disciplinary boundaries. And that's exactly what is happening here. A new NSF research directorate to translate research into practical applications. You can see here, to advance emerging technologies, address societal and economic challenges and opportunities, and accelerate translation. So you see that word again, accelerate translation. The budget that's proposed for next year for the National Science Foundation, a 20% increase up to $10.5 billion, and almost $1 billion just for this TIP directorate. So translation, innovation, and partnerships. This notion of accelerating the translation of research activities, use-inspired research over fiscal 21, the budget year that just ended. And so there was a proposal, or there was a workshop, I should say, that came out and advocated for this, funded by the National Science Foundation to fund regional innovation accelerators. And actually just yesterday, so it's so new, I don't even have slides for it yet, but just yesterday, the National Science Foundation announced a call for proposals for these innovation accelerators. Each innovation accelerator to be funded at $160 million and there were 5 that should be funded in the upcoming year. So, and then that would continue on with new ones each year. So $160 million a year in a particular area to fund, to create these regional scale innovation ecosystems to focus on use-inspired research, entrepreneurship, force development. And this is 10 years more, an order of magnitude larger than
Pessoal aí no técnica, caiu a rede. Tem algumas pessoas aqui que entendem de rede, mas
just to close up.
I wasn't the one cutting you off. Please go on.
Okay, I think my video may have frozen a little bit, so technology is not quite perfect yet. Can you hear me now, Roberto?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. So to wrap up the research part of this and the use-inspired research, I want to draw the distinction between what in computer science we say push versus pull. And so a push model of use-inspired research is you have a good research idea, you say, oh, it could be used in society this way, and you do your research and you push it out into use. And the likely things we do, we publish papers, we create researchers, we build prototypes, and we hope those prototypes and ideas are taken by industry and industry runs with that. So that's a push model, starting in universities and pushing use-inspired research out. A pull model starts at the end use itself, the societal application in health and welfare and security, and says, if this is the outcome, if these are the kinds of systems that we want to see, what kinds of research needs to be done? And so in a sense, it's a pull of research from application use going into universities and pulling the kind of research that needs to be done to address those societal uses and application. And that's what DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, has been doing for decades. And that's, I think, what's very much behind the National Science Foundation's view of what these centers will be all about. So there'll be solutions to challenge problems. There'll be new companies that will be formed. There's a saying, the geography of innovation, to expand the geography of innovation. So not just Silicon Valley, not just Austin, Texas, not just Boston, Massachusetts, but to spread out innovation across the United States to address issues of diversity, equity, inclusion, and to help create economic vitality across the United States. Okay, so these centers will have basic research, of course, that's what NSF does, use-inspired basic research. We'll have that pull model of pulling research results. There'll be education, human capital, people, investments in people. There'll be partnerships between academia, industry, venture capitalists, foundations, not-for-profits. And again, this notion of making sure that the entire country, you know, in the United States, we have the East Coast and the West Coast and things in between. And a lot of the innovation to date has been focused on the two coasts, but to really spread that innovation across the country. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up, and then we'll still have 15 minutes or so for questions and answers. So I want to come back to the theme, of this session and about the interconnectedness of what we do. And I want to give you a computer science perspective of where computer science has gone over the last 50 years. So I know this is a meeting for all of science and engineering in Brazil. So not all of you, many of you are not computer scientists. So you can now see a computer scientist view of the field over 50 or 60 years. I would say in the beginning, computer science was looking at what we would say in English are artifacts, building an operating system, building a network, building a database. And we had theoretical foundations, algorithms, the beginnings of artificial intelligence. But we were really thinking about building things, right? And those things tended to be relatively small and relatively standalone. Then we started thinking about systems and applications at scale, right? So search across the internet itself, the World Wide Web, social media, data science. So thinking, moving from the smaller scale to the larger scale and the global scale. And I think the trend now is really about people, right? So we've moved from artifacts to systems to people. I could say more about this. I'd love to say more about this next time I'm down and visit in Brazil and visiting with people. But this is about information, misinformation. What does it mean for humans in computation to work together? At the NSF, we had something called the future of work at the human technology frontier. This notion that computing should be used for the common good. We think about artificial intelligence. We think about issues of transparency, accountability, fairness, ethics in the use of computation. The emphasis is shifting from what we can build, because we know we can build just about anything that you can imagine. So it's not just what we can build and how to build it well, but what we should build and how what we build should interact with people. I think it's a very profound change in where computer and information science has been and where it's going. It's maybe a natural evolution, but a very important change. There was mentioned before about what in the US we call convergence research, taking research problems, so it's use-inspired, it's compelling, it's important, societal, and it requires bringing together social scientists, computer scientists, physicists, mathematicians, chemists, whatever, people from different fields to work together to solve a problem. That's the basis, I think, behind these new institutes that NSF announced yesterday. While I was at NSF, we created something called the Convergence Accelerators, which were aimed specifically at this kind of research and accelerating research in areas of national importance that had this kind of convergent property. Okay, and in the end, just to wrap up here, you know, I talked about education. I talked about getting research results out into the real world, as sometimes people like to say. And to me, in the end, it's all about impact, right? We want what we do as teachers, as faculty members in a university, with our students in our classrooms. We want to have impact on our students by being able to personalize the education they received for what they need. And from our research that we do in universities, we want to get our research out there into the world. So both of those themes that I talked about, the educational theme and flexible learning and the use-inspired research, again, I think they're both, it's about innovation in those spaces, and it's also about maximizing the impact. Okay, and so I think with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm not 100% sure how we're going to do questions. Roberto, are you going to ask questions? I know a lot of this is going out through YouTube, which is not bi-directional. It's not a full duplex channel, so.
True, Jim. Thanks very much for your talk. And I'll try to share the time we have, it's not much, between those which are here and those which are YouTube. I'm supposed to receive in my cell phone the questions that are coming up through YouTube. Are you getting those questions? So I got the impression that you also received information, or I misunderstood you?
No, I'm not getting,
okay.
I'm just getting questions from people who happen to know my, my WhatsApp number.
Okay. So questions from the audience now. And I'll try to, before we have about 10 minutes, but can you, any questions from the audience? While I look for questions in the...
Do you want me to ask?
Professor Virgílio.
Hi, Jim. This is Virgilio. Congratulations on your...
Oh, hi. It's great to see you.
Good to see you. I have a quick question. What is the impact of flex education on research?
So that's a really good question. I think the impact, you know, from a research standpoint, I would say I can think of two impacts already. I think one in computing and information, probably also in psychology, there's the issue of learning, right? How do humans learn best? And I think if you start thinking about augmented reality and virtual reality, that those, you know, we will look back on Zoom and things like that in 20 or 30 years, and it will look like radio, for example. It'll just look old fashioned. So I think more immersive technologies, immersive multimedia technologies, and understanding how humans learn better. So psychology, and the learning and the brain sciences are going to be important, sort of working together with computer scientists there. And I think that's going to bring in the educational researchers as well. I think that has to do with online and any kind of computer mediated type of education. So that's a great question. I will say, I know that at many universities, there are AR and VR projects that are aimed specifically at that challenge.
There's one more question here in the back here. His hands up.
Hi, Jim. My question is, how did flexible learning help in multidisciplinary learning throughout the university?
Wow, that's a really good question. How did flexible learning help the multidisciplinary? You know, I want to say my initial reaction is that those are probably two orthogonal things. I mean, we have a lot of multidisciplinary courses where we're working on developing a new course in public interest technology that's being taught jointly by people in engineering, public policy, information science, computer science, and we have, you know, 5 instructors coming from different parts of the university, sociology, to teach that. And the mode of delivery, whether that's in person or whether that's online, live, or online asynchronous, I think is maybe orthogonal to that. I think we're working on developing these interdisciplinary courses. Many of them are going to be delivered flexibly, for sure, as a learning modality. I think you know, we get the multidisciplinary first, that comes first, and then we get the flexible learning as multiple learning modalities for that course. So Roberto, could I pose a question that I got through WhatsApp?
Go ahead.
Okay, it's also a flexible learning question, and the question is, if your classes are online, how do you create networking among students like in real live classes? And so I want to tell for instance, just as an illustration, how your teaching style is impacted by the mode you're using for teaching. So I'm sure it was like this in Brazil. When I taught my computer networking course out of using our textbook, none of the students were on campus. So I had 100 students. They were all around the world, literally, and they were all sitting in rooms all by themselves. And so what I did was I changed all of my assignments so that when students were doing a programming assignment, their program would have to interact with the program of another student, or in some cases with all other students, so that the 100 students individually were working on a project where all of their pieces of code would interact with each other like would happen in a real network. So I forced interaction by the kinds of assignments that I gave that forced students to work with each other. Students had to Zoom with each other because, you know, when your code is talking to somebody else's code, when, you know, what you've done has to interact with something someone else has done, it never works out first time, right? And so you have to, that's why we have standards, right? And the students have to talk to each other and figure out, well, our things aren't interacting the right way, what's going wrong? So I created assignments that force that kind of interaction. And I think when you've got students in different modalities, you have to think a little bit more creatively about the kinds of assignments that you have and the kind of the way you're doing your teaching and the way students are learning to promote interaction, because that interaction is, I think, as was suggested in the question, absolutely crucial.
Thanks, Jim. Last question. I'm making an executive decision here to give you 4 more minutes here to this session, taking out of the panel last one. Edmundo.
Hi, Jim.
Edmundo.
Great talk. Well, I had several questions, but there was one that came to my mind now. Do you think we're going to see a model like the winner takes it all when we're talking about universities, let's say the biggest universities take over or level out throughout the world, the way it's teaching?
So that's a great question. You know, Edmundo, you and I should talk about that over a caipirinha somewhere. I've thought about that question for 20 years, and I'll tell you how I formed that question in my mind, Edmundo. I think about a computer networking researcher named Dave Clark, who's famous and a fabulous teacher. And I think if Dave Clark could come into everybody's living room and interact with them, or his course, why would they want to take a course from me when they could take a course from Dave Clark, right? And we all have our Dave Clarks, the people we look up to who we think are fabulous teachers. And Edmundo's question is, will winner take all? Will there just be one computer networks course that everybody takes, right? And it's all taught by Dave Clark or Dave Clark plus, the next Dave Clark. And I think that won't happen because of the question that I just addressed about students interacting. So I think it's important to realize that the classroom is a learning environment, and that as the teacher, we're responsible for helping the students learn together, right? Because everybody learns together better, right? And so it's not just a question of how effectively you transmit information, but creating that learning environment where people can work together and learn together, right? And that's why if all we were to do as teachers, Edmundo, is to stand up and lecture and write on a blackboard all day long, yeah, I'd be worried that Dave Clark will come along and all my students will disappear. I think it's more what we create in the classroom and the environment we create that is the important thing for students. And that's going to be very personalized, right? Impact, personalizing to the students. I think that's what's going to be what makes the difference and why individual instruction will continue to be so important in the future.
Thanks very much, Jim, for a great talk, great discussion, and I hope to see you and also have some caipirinhas soon. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
So let's move on immediately to the... Desculpe falar em português agora. Vamos agora passar para a sessão técnica.
Let's move on to the next session. We can continue to discuss here different sectors about education, the funding, to apply technology. We are very jealous about the values that he presented here, and here we are actually decreasing, and there they are raising the... So I'm going to pass the floor to Jussara. She's going to talk about a little bit of things that we are a little bit worried, because technology also brings a lot of problems to us.
She leads the Social Computing Lab in the Department of Science and Technology of Minas Gerais, conducting research in information dissemination, including misinformation studies, modeling, and recommendation systems. She works with behavior characterization, workloads, and widely distributed systems. Please, Jussara, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for the invitation. I was an associate member of the Academy in the past, so I'm very glad to be back to talk about the research we've been developing. So the title is Fighting Against Our Own Demons, and this will make sense, I promise. So before I go into my research, first I'd like to make my disclaimer. I studied computing. I studied with Professor Vigilio, who's here. But I was always very interested in computing systems, especially information systems, the web included, with an outlook on how these systems were designed and performance vulnerabilities and how to optimize these. And when you start studying that, for sure you start studying how users are using these systems. So behavior patterns, especially in the social media, how does that affect the systems themselves, their performance, and how can we explore possible vulnerabilities, and how the functionality of systems can motivate different behavior patterns. This generates a cycle, sometimes a virtuous one, and sometimes a vicious one. I've been more and more focused on users throughout the years, especially in Locus, the social computing laboratory that I lead in UFMG. So one of the themes that we talk a lot about is misinformation in the web. This theme is an umbrella that houses several different phenomena, like fake news, rumors, hoaxes, false reviews, spam. And there are several dimensions that differentiate these phenomena. For example, intentionality, if this is a fact that can be denied or a manipulated opinion. But what we can glimpse from this is that this type of content is born out of a set of malicious agents, those that we drew with an evil face, who inject and promote this content, and this content goes viral thanks to a legion of people, the green ones, who are not malicious in nature, don't have intentionality, and not even aware that what they're contributing to, but they are. Well, if we look at our history, we can see misinformation happening all throughout it, because it is a human event in nature. So we can go back in history, however far back you want. Even before Christ, you have reports of misinformation. For example, in this time, Octaviano made a misinformation campaign to frame Marco Antonio. He used the most effective strategy at the time, which were the coins. They would go from one hand to another very quickly and were able to reach the masses very quickly. Throughout history, you can see that repeating, and only the method would change up until today, when you see this happening and affecting our society, like in politics and more essentially in pandemics during the health crisis. So what we see is misinformation and its impact following the evolution of communication itself, as well as the evolution of the technology used for that communication, which evolved from one-to-one conversations or telephones and letters to broadcasting technologies like radio and TV, and the many-to-many types of technology, like social media. So you gain scale, but the message here is technologies support activities which are essentially human in nature. So if you want to fight that, you need to understand the phenomenon at its core. That is what motivates my work. In particular, we need to understand what I call amplification effects, which are several different effects that contribute towards the acceleration of misinformation. So bots are one, automated accounts that accelerate dissemination processes. These are essentially technological. However, others are essentially human. For example, we know now, and there are several studies showing that it's very hard for humans to distinguish fake content from true content. And that becomes harder and harder the more sophistication there is in the fake content developing technology. Deepfakes, for example. You can generate these with a lot of veracity. And that becomes worse and worse as humans become more and more overloaded with information. And what does that lead to? We only have 24 hours in a day, right? So we have to process so much information that we resort to shortcuts. So instead of reading a full article, we read just the headline, and we make a judgment based on the headline. And that occurs more widely because of cognitive biases associated with the functioning of our brain. Those are the demons that I mentioned. Because this is associated with the human brain. So this is ingrained in us, throwing us around. So these biases are systematic judgment errors that we make repeatedly because we need to make decisions quickly. And the problem is that we are no longer rational. And the more and more we resort to these shortcuts as time goes by, and then we get into those groups of green faces that forwards messages before checking for their veracity. There are several different biases, and some were already connected to the acceleration of misinformation. Confirmation bias is one, which I believe you've heard of, that you tend to seek information and interpret information under the light of your perspectives. So you're stuck in an echo chamber. And that contributes to lower your critical capabilities. But there are others, like the tendency of believing something because many people believe it, especially people close to you. Or you tend to believe these things because you saw that information in several different media. And then there's a process of self-reinforcement that increases its plausibility because you saw it in several different places. And one of the most cruel ones is the tendency of believing something fake regardless of having it clarified for you. So misinformation reaches more people than clarifications, but even those who have access to it, the brain questions it. But wasn't it actually true? Is what we hear. That is what we're fighting against rather. So there are social bias, like the echo chambers that I mentioned, and I'm not even going into the algorithm biases, which only contributes to that. This is an image that illustrates an echo chamber. It was taken from Twitter. This is a retweet imaging about COVID vaccines. So this is in Portuguese, so especially in Brazil. So this reflects the feeling of society, pro and against. Pro is green and against is purple. So how to obtain a more precise and holistic perspective of this phenomenon faced with the challenges related to its complexity, heterogeneity, volume, and noise. Noise here means there's so much information and an expressive amount of it will not help you in understanding phenomena. And because of the volume, it can even get in the way and mask the essential information. So you have to deal with the noise as well. This image, it came out in a Clearwater first draft article. It's an organization that has the goal of fighting online misinformation. and it inspired a lot of the research I've been developing in the last few years. It talks about the misinformation trumpet. According to it, it is born in the periphery of the web, for example, anonymous web, closed WhatsApp groups. This is forwarded and forwarded, crosses platforms until it reaches main networks like Twitter and Facebook, and then it reaches professional media. So this called my attention, the shape of this trumpet and its origin, where it comes from. This motivated the research that we started in 2018 to understand what type of content was shared over WhatsApp. WhatsApp was already very widely used in Brazil, so we wanted to understand why people are sharing specific things and what is being shared. We were focused on groups, WhatsApp groups, and public access groups. So we monitored these collected data and analyzed them. This was 2018. 2018 had two major events: the trucker strikes and the elections. So typically we started asking what type of content is shared, and our first focus was in images, only on images. We saw a lot of political content because the focus of these groups were political in nature, so this wasn't surprising. But a lot of satire, a lot of opinions, very little advertisement. We thought we would find more, we didn't. We went deeper then. So WhatsApp, despite it being a platform, it is not isolated. The users, they create bridges that connect different platforms through which information can flow. So these images which are shared over WhatsApp are done so in other platforms as well. We saw that that was true. We verified that. These were shared over WhatsApp, but often as in Facebook and Twitter as well, in blogs. And then we started looking into possible channels through which this information could flow. Because we were monitoring groups, right? And our perception is that groups are separate identities. We have one here, one over there, and they're created independently and separately. They're not explicitly connected. So they could contain information in a way, but we see that that doesn't happen. There were images that were shared thousands of times. There's only 256 people in any given group. So these pathways don't exist formally. So all we could do was to infer possible pathways. So for that, we created network structures that could represent these channels through which information was flowing. One network structure is the implicit one, in which I connect each circle is a group, and I connect those who have users in common. So this user could take information from one group to another. Another was member uses networks, users that share the same images across many groups. And of course, these are different, but they have common properties. They have these very cohesive knots that we call communities. We have vertices that have a high degree of centrality, which we call hubs. And there are some knots that create bridges between these groups. And this has a very important role in taking information from one group to another.
And what we do actually is we are analyzing different properties that these networks had different or really similar properties. WhatsApp is not a social media, but it has these properties which facilitates this sharing of content. So I'm going to talk about it a little bit more. So what we see, we're not thinking about these groups like a real structures. What we saw, it was this view of networks of users that used to share same contents. So it was kind of a community. They were really connected and they are oversharing the same content. So I'm going to use the word community. These communities, they go beyond the limits. So the WhatsApp groups, they don't hold the information inside. They actually share the content. So till now, we are talking about information. So now we should talk about misinformation. Which one of this information are actually misinformation, and which property we have in each one of this kind of content? So I'm not go into details here, but we labeled this content here. We're not checking it because we don't know how to do it, but we are based on this procedure to talk about it. So the outcome we had was this vision of going back to this idea of the trumpet. Many of those images were actually shared in different platforms. So we did this question. Do the image just appear first in the WhatsApp and then they go out, or the other way around? So this visualization, we can interpret this. In the center, we see the WhatsApp. In the left, we see the web page, where we see different images that came from this web page and went to the WhatsApp. And on the right, we see the images that were shared in WhatsApp first and then went to the web page. So mostly we had first the content shared in WhatsApp and going out of it. So they cross the WhatsApp and go out. That's why they are misinformation. So this is an image, and we were analyzing actually audios and text, and what we found were similar patterns, same use of language in images or in texts. So we're going to show some results here that we had in audio with misinformation. So we select a group of audio and we asked volunteers to listen to these audios without they know if it were misinformation or not. So what they said was the audio with misinformation, they mentioned where it comes from. So it kind of tried to credit this information in some way and in a more aggressive tone. And even more, this misinformation audio, they actually motivate types of feelings like rage and sadness. So we came back to the web and we saw where are the users who are sharing this information, this misinformation. So one of the outcomes in this article that we published this year, and we saw this web, this confusion, this image is a web, and we are connecting users here which are sharing the same content. And you can see in the center a lot of knots, huge ones. So they shared a lot of misinformation. So we actually asked where are the users that share more misinformation. So what we saw, it was in this graphic. Different metrics were used to see it, to measure, and we saw these different values here in these different curves. This is important because we can see what's in the center of it. And it just contributes to the efficiency of the process. So what else I can see in this network? It's hard to understand what's happening in this image. These colors are actually we're trying to identify what are the groups and which user are connected to what. So we are kind of trying to find here evidence to see what the users are doing, what they are acting, what they are sharing, and what actually they are targeting. So this coordination is actually to understand, to identify which one are doing and which one are sharing misinformation or not. So it's very confused. This image is very confused. So this is one of the field of research. The physics, it's actually, but in computing is more recent, and that we can extract the backbone of the network. So we can see this image is very abstract. This is one of our challenge to work in this kind of research. So how can we identify in this confusing network that they are coordinating actually this content, this sharing of misinformation? And what we saw when we apply this kind of technology, we are actually see structured communities. It's more clear to see what the users are trying to coordinate here. So 100% of, almost 100% of the users are actually coordinating. But they are less than half of the users who actually shared in the beginning of it. So the bad ones are actually the 28 to 41%, but most of the users are actually us who are not coordinating it. We're just contributing with this sharing process. More than a half are actually coming from the naive users, but they are injecting content through us. So we analyze this dynamic of this backbone. I don't have time because I need to close here, but it's very dynamic. It's huge, actually, and this analysis of this phenomenon is very complex. So misinformation in web is a huge problem, and we don't have the solution here. My talk is actually towards to raise awareness around this problem that we have. We have a lot of challenges ahead, and they are sophisticating the process, and we need the support of the society, of the users, to, alongside with technology, to understand this. Technology helps us, but it won't solve the problem. I believe in fact-checking, which can be scalable, but education and awareness is also important. So I would like to remember what is the fact and what is history. So we should think about it. I saw this paper 3 years ago. So can you imagine the world without fact? So think about it, and I thank you the opportunity. So we won't have question now because we have to go ahead, and after all the panel, when we finish it, we can do the question and answers for all of them. So the next is Luis Lambie, which is a professor in the University of Rio Grande do Sul. He was one of the pioneers in artificial intelligence. He's an innovative researcher in this area. He's leading a very important alliance in the south of the country. In the last 3 years, he was the Secretary of Innovation, Science and Technology in Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil, implement different programs in the field of innovation in all the states. Different programs to public schools in Brazil. He coordinates scientific committee to go against the pandemic here in Rio Grande do Sul, in the south of Brazil. Lambie is in Boston now, where he's giving this talk to us. Yeah, I'm here. So you can start. Thank you. It's a huge pleasure and honor to be here.
Então, a minha homenagem fica aqui aos grandes pensadores, da Escola de Atenas, porque nós estamos vivendo uma transição de fase
I'd like to allude
nas nossas vidas,
thinkers
na economia global,
of
que de
the
fato é muito
Athene,
significativa. E a gente está migrando cada vez mais para uma era onde
going
o
back
papel
to
do conhecimento é
history,
central,
and
Então, hoje eu não vou falar de
we're going
inteligência
to
artificial
this
apenas
area
indiretamente, mas o meu ponto
where the
aqui,
knowledge is
que parece
central.
painel de tecnologia, era mostrar como a
So I'd like to show how science and technology,
tecnologias complexas podem ter papel
complex
relevante na
technology
aceleração
can
do
have
crescimento
this
econômico.
role, very important roles to
Isso é muito
economic
mais
growth.
acentuado hoje em dia, porque nós estamos de fato vivendo essa mudança de era,
This
uma
is
mudança
even
de
more
paradigma. Nós estamos
important
caminhando
because
para
we
o período
have this
pós-industrial. Nós ainda
huge
somos
change
resultado
in
dessa era onde a indústria teve papel fundamental,
We're
mas
still in
estamos
this
migrando
area
para uma nova era
in
que
which
ainda não
industry
tem
was
bem nome.
essential,
Essa
and we are
era
migrating into an era
digital, não
that's
se
still
sabe bem ainda
nameless.
como é que nós vamos
We don't know
denominar.
yet how we're going to call it in the
E o
future.
predomínio, eu citei pouco no abstract, que algumas pessoas enxergam bem o que está acontecendo
A lot of people
ao seu
see
tempo e tem
what is happening during their
papel
own time and have
fundamental,
an essential
papel
role in it,
em desenvolver, digamos assim, colocar para frente
in developing and
políticas,
creating
estratégias
progress in
que
politics
coloquem
and
regiões
in
ao seu
strategies
tempo na liderança do
that
seu tempo.
place their
E
region
eu gosto de mencionar algumas
at
figuras
the
históricas,
forefront of
primeiramente
their
pelo
time.
simbolismo, o Francis Bacon teve papel muito interessante
Francis Bacon
no
had a
final
very
do
interesting
século
role at the
XVI,
end
no
of the
século
16th
XVII. Ele foi
century
conselheiro
and
de
the early
dois
17th century because
monarcas,
he
da
advised
Rainha
two
Elizabeth
monarchs,
I
so Queen
James
Elizabeth I
I, e o
and
Francis
James
Bacon é
I.
conhecido como
And
pai do
Francis
empiricismo, e
Bacon
nós sabemos que
is known
a
as
partir da
the
Revolução
father of
Científica, tudo que
empiricism,
aconteceu na
and we know that
Inglaterra,
a lot
a
of
gente teve a
what
Revolução
happened in
Industrial
England
e
in
a
terms of the
liderança
knowledge
daquele país por
revolution
mais de 200 anos, cenário
had
global
his
muito
hand in it.
baseado no conhecimento.
It was
Tá?
very much
E
based on
mais
knowledge.
recentemente, fazendo pulo gigantesco
And
histórico
making a
aqui, na
gigantic
Segunda Guerra Mundial
historical
nós
leap,
tivemos novamente essa importância também da ciência e da
we had the
tecnologia,
importance of
notadamente
science and technology,
alguns trabalhos que foram feitos à época em Bletchley Park, na questão
revolutionizing
da
how
criptografia, nós tivemos tudo
we
isso
worked with
levando
many different
a indústria de computação
aspects,
e
which led to
eletrônica, a
the
indústria da informação que
computing
nós temos hoje em
industry, the
dia.
information
Também tivemos um papel
industry,
muito importante na
to
Segunda
many
Guerra do Barnard
changes.
Bush, que era um
In the
conselheiro,
Second World
digamos assim,
War,
do
we had
governo americano de alto nível, oriundo
a very
do
important
MIT,
advisor
por coincidência.
from
Mas esse
MIT
momento que a gente vive agora
who was
é um
advocating
momento
for that.
ainda
And
onde a
at this
tecnologia
time
se torna
was a
mais
moment when
relevante. Nos últimos
technology has
30
become more
anos
and
nós
more
tivemos
relevant.
o surgimento da
In the
web, que
last
sem
30
dúvida
years, we had
nenhuma
the
foi um marco
advent of the
essencial para
web,
tornar
which
a
was an
computação, a
essential
tecnologia da
marker
informação o que
for
ela é
making
hoje em dia.
informational
A
technology
web
what it is
propiciou que
today.
milhões
The
e agora
web
bilhões de pessoas passassem a
made
interagir de uma
millions and
forma muito mais
billions of
natural
people
em
able to interact
computadores.
in a
Para
much
quem
more
é
natural manner.
pré-web, não conhece ainda
Those who
como
are
se lidava a
pre-web,
interação
who are
homem-máquina, era uma
post-web
outra
rather,
realidade. A comunicação
they're
de
they're not
pessoas, a
even aware
comunicação
how the
entre
communication
as
between people
pessoas
used
e
to
as
take
tecnologias
place.
digitais. E nós tivemos mais recentemente
And more
agora
recently,
o surgimento, o impacto que a inteligência artificial
we
tem
had
tido sobre a
the
vida de todos
development
nós. E
of
essa
artificial
imagem aqui do Kasparov
intelligence.
lá no final
This
dos
is the
anos
image of
90,
Kasparov
talvez
at
fosse
the end of
pequeno
the
sinal
90s.
fraco, como disse
Maybe
os
this was a
engenheiros
sign,
que o
an
Rick
early
lá
sign,
entre os
as we
palestrantes, um sinal
engineers
fraco de que
usually
talvez
say,
essa onda da inteligência
that this
artificial, na
wave of
verdade, ela
artificial
estivesse sendo construída
intelligence
e veio a nos atingir agora
started
mais
being built, and
recentemente nas
now
últimas décadas, né?
it's
Nas
been hitting
últimas
us
duas
more
décadas,
strongly in the
notadamente,
last
notadamente mais nos últimos
decades.
10 anos. Então, o que a gente está vivendo agora é
So what we're living
período em
through
que a gente tem
now is
novamente
a
uma
period in
tecnologia
which we
de
again
propósito geral, uma
have
tecnologia que tem
general
papel de
purpose
impactar a vida
technology.
humana em
It has the
diversos
potential of impacting
aspectos, não
human
todos
lives in
os
various
aspectos, que é a
aspects,
inteligência artificial, né? Nós tivemos outras
which is
tecnologias que
artificial
foram
intelligence.
fundamentais, que
Other
tiveram um
technologies were
propósito geral
essential, which
também,
were also
mas a
general
IA agora
purposed.
tem
But now
essa
we have,
notoriedade pelo fato dela
it
ser uma
has
tecnologia que de
notoriety
fato
because
se
it is
aplica,
technology
fazendo
that
uma
is
simplificação
applied
aqui muito abstrata,
through
né, do
making a very
agronegócio, a indústria aeroespacial, passando por
rude
todos os setores de
simplification
serviços, o setor
from
industrial, passando pela ciência,
agriculture
passando pelas
through
metodologias de trabalho, passando
scientific
inclusive
research,
pela alteração
work
significativa
technology,
como o ser humano se relaciona
up
com os
to
demais.
how
Tá? E
humans
essas
communicate.
tendências têm acontecido
And
de
these
forma
trends have
muito
been
rápida, muito
happening in a very
eloquentes,
fast
e
manner.
elas têm sido percebidas
And
também
these have been
por alguns de
noticed
uma forma diferenciada, né? Eu vou trazer um fato
in different
histórico aqui,
manners.
né? Lá
So I'll bring
enquanto nós
a historical
celebrávamos
piece of
lá
data
2006,
in
2007,
2006,
a questão
2007,
do pré-sal, da
when we
exploração
started
marinha, do
celebrating
pré-sal, do
the discovery of
petróleo.
the
Na
pre-salt.
mesma época nós
Around the same
tivemos
time,
o
we
Steve Jobs
had
lançando
the
o iPhone,
the
que
launch of
teve
the
esse
first
impacto nas
iPhone,
nossas vidas, que hoje em
which
dia
had
nós não
the
precisamos
impact
mais
that we see in our lives
descrever qual foi.
that we don't even
E
need to describe, right?
essas novas
And
tecnologias,
these new
essa convergência
technologies,
tecnológica que a
this
gente está
technological convergence that
e
we're living
conectada,
through
tem sido
at the moment
objeto de estudo por
have been an
governos,
object
por
of studies
organizações,
by
por grandes
governments,
corporações, enfim,
mega
por acadêmicos,
corporations,
porque de fato nós estamos vivendo
academia,
uma nova realidade
because
e a
we are living
humanidade
through a
talvez não
different
esteja se
reality, and maybe
adaptando,
humanity
né,
is
a
not
grande massa, o
adapting
grande
to it
volume de pessoas se adaptando
as
a
quickly as it
esses novos
should or
tempos.
could.
Eu, certa vez, estava caminhando no interior
Once I
da
was
Bélgica, na cidade
walking
de Ghent, e eu vi
in the
essa chamada
Belgium
da prefeitura
countryside,
de
and I
Ghent, na
saw this
Bélgica,
sign
para as pessoas visitarem uma
telling
exposição
people,
sobre
have you ever met a
robótica, uma
robot?
exposição
Calling people
sobre o
to
impacto
visit
que a
an exhibit
tecnologia
about
teria
robotics
na
and the
vida
impact of
das
technology
pessoas, né, nas suas
in
vidas. Né?
people's
Pergunta,
lives.
você já encontrou um robô? Lá na frente pergunta para as pessoas, será que um
Further
robô
on,
pode
it
tirar o teu
asks,
emprego?
could a
E
robot take your job?
digamos assim, a coincidência, não chega a ser uma ironia, que no meio dessas duas faixas
And the
tem
coincidence
restaurante
is that
chamado
between
Prova, né?
these,
Eu
there was a
diria que essa é a rua
restaurant
mais inteligente que eu
called
já
Proof.
caminhei na minha
So
vida.
this is the
Ao
most
longo
intelligent street
desses
I've ever
mais de 40
walked
anos
on.
de vida aí que a gente está. Bom, enfim, nós
Anyway,
estamos vivendo esse momento que,
so this
de
is the
fato, as
time that we're living
tecnologias
through.
passaram a ter um papel
Technology
central,
have
um
become
papel tão
central to our lives.
significativo que os cenários econômicos
So much so
desenhados
that the
agora
economic
por organismos de governo, por exemplo, essa
landscape,
publicação do Conselho
for
Nacional de
example,
Inteligência
this
Americana, ela
publication,
coloca a tecnologia como tendo o papel central no
Global Trends
futuro, na
2040,
geopolítica
places
do
technology
planeta.
at
Né?
the
Nesse mundo
center of
interconectado,
the
existem algumas
development of
tecnologias
the
estratégicas,
future of
tecnologias
humanity.
cujo domínio vai permitir que o domínio econômico também seja consequência desse domínio tecnológico. Aquelas tecnologias que a gente tanto
These
ouve
technologies
falar em
that
estudos, em
we hear
relatórios,
so
né?
much about in
Entre elas,
studies and
novamente, aqui a
reports.
gente coloca
Among them, we could mention everything that has to do with information technology, new materials in biotechnology, technology, virtual reality, which before was more connected to researchers, and now, because of the metaverse, through the Meta company, have become more popular. And the light to that movement of a world that has become more and more sophisticated, we also have to face planet-wide challenges. So organizations and scientific organizations have been setting up specialized groups to study what is the way for humanity forward based on the best scientific knowledge that we have available, so that we can meet our goals, for example, of zero emissions by 2050. So the economy, the planet, all that we're living through, all of this complexity, we here, we're not even aware if we're leaving a pandemic or not, that had an impact over our lives, and going into a time of conflict between two countries in Europe. That can bring us a lot of uncertainty, but the way that it's being disputed, in addition to the armed conflict, we have the technological issue, the cybernetic issue, that are influencing the results and strategies involved. And some countries have been placing themselves very intelligently in this global stage. And one of the most intelligent strategies that was adopted among them, I like to mention the strategy that Israel adopted, especially after the late 80s and in the early 90s, of becoming a country focused on innovation and technological businesses, a country that's placing innovation at the center of its development strategy. Israeli strategies, authorities rather, state that they are focused on knowledge for their progress. If we analyze the global levels of innovation, it becomes even more clear and more intrinsic and connected, the issue of knowledge innovation to the economic development of countries. Innovation has become a key word for any political discourse and strategic debate, especially over the last few years. And as we develop innovation in a country or in a company or in a society, we have some basic principles to follow. It's not just about investing in one of these for us to make innovation possible in our environment. One of the issues that we consider essential and that we don't give its due attention is the institutional issue. This Global Innovation Index that Brazil is a part of, by the way, it states that in addition to investments in human resources and infrastructure, research infrastructure investment, and all of the issues connected to creating connections between the academia and companies and in research projects, it talks a lot about the institutional issue. And unfortunately, in the regulatory and political environment that we have today, what the British call rule of law, Brazil still has a long way to go. So that's very important for us in the country's development. One of the points that we want to defend today is that we are migrating to the era of knowledge, this area in which people's rationale and their capacity of generating wealth and knowledge is even more essential than it has ever been. If we list the 10 biggest companies in market share, these are companies that deal with what we call intangible technologies. So this is Microsoft company with the second most valuable market share. These companies, these countries that are leading the economy and the global scenario in the 21st century are organizations that are centered on the knowledge of people who are very capable. And if we look at the 2007 rank, there was still a very strong presence of mining companies and companies connected to oil and companies connected to the Industrial Revolution.
Ela precisaria ser refletida, e aqui na Academia Brasileira de Ciências, evidentemente discutindo questões fundamentais ao nosso país, nós temos que analisar aquilo que nós fazemos como país, como estratégia de desenvolvimento, e moldar a nossa estratégia para que o nosso país atinja esse nível de inovação e esse nível de desenvolvimento que dê melhor qualidade de vida para todas as pessoas. Uma outra análise também que eu acompanho com periodicidade é a análise de complexidade econômica realizado pelo grupo do economista venezuelano Ricardo.
This was done by the Colombian researcher
uma série de indicadores, né, no seu grupo de pesquisa, entre eles o Atlas de Complexidade
Among these,
Econômica,
the
onde ele compara
Economic
o que os países
Complexity
exportam, o que os países
Index,
importam e o que os países produzem na sua economia em termos de
which studies what
agregação de
countries
valor.
produce
O Brasil
in
atualmente
terms
é o
of added value.
terceiro país mais complexo nesse
Brazil
índice de
ranks
complexidade
53rd
econômica,
in
mas
this
se a gente
index.
analisa aquilo que a gente exporta
But if we
em relação
analyze what we
daquilo que a
export
gente
in
importa, a
terms
gente ainda é uma
of what we
economia
import,
que, infelizmente,
we're still an
não
economy
produz
that unfortunately does not produce
grandes
high
elementos de
levels
exportação de
of
valor agregado. Nós
added
ainda
value
somos uma
exporting
economia
goods.
muito
We're
comoditizada
still
em termos
very
de
much based on
importação, pelo
commodity.
contrário, a gente importa aquilo que tem maior valor agregado.
We
Esses
import
dados são
what
publicamente disponíveis e
has
facilmente
the most
acessíveis,
added
né,
value, and
no
this data
Atlas de
is
Complexidade Econômica.
easily
Bom,
available.
como é que a gente traz isso para a
So,
realidade? Como é que a gente
how do you
traz isso
translate
para um
that into
planejamento?
reality
Então,
and into
existem
planning?
várias formas de se
There are several
construir
ways to
ecossistemas de
build
inovação, ecossistemas de
innovation
ciência e
ecosystems.
tecnologia. Hoje em dia a gente não tem nenhum
Nowadays, we
prefeito,
don't have
governador,
any
presidente,
mayor,
primeiro-ministro,
governor,
mundo afora,
president, prime
inclusive o
minister,
presidente da
the world
França
over.
discursou
Even
nesse sentido, o
the
primeiro-ministro
French
britânico
president
discursou nesse
talked
sentido, o
about this
chanceler alemão,
recently,
todo mundo quer
the
construir
German
o
chancellor
próximo Vale
as
do
well.
Silício na sua
Everybody,
cidade, no seu
everybody wants to
estado, no seu
build the
país, na
next
sua
Silicon
região.
Valley in
Mas
their
essa
country.
questão da construção de um próximo
However,
Vale do Silício, evidentemente, é algo cuja
this is
complexidade não é
something,
trivial, não é um planejamento de governo
this
imposto
is
de
a
cima para
project of a
baixo
very
que
high
faz com que isso
complexity.
ocorra. Não é para se
It's
construir
not something you build overnight.
Vale do Silício ou para se construir ecossistema de inovação pujante,
You're
como a
talking
gente
about
tem em
building
algumas cidades chinesas hoje em dia,
innovation
algumas cidades
ecosystem.
europeias. Isso requer metodologia, isso
It
requer
requires
trabalho, isso
methodology,
requer
it
uma
requires a
enorme
lot of work,
participação
a
de
lot of
múltiplos atores
participation
da
of
sociedade
various
focados nessa
actors
construção.
focused
Requer,
on
sim,
this
instituições fortes, requer,
task.
sim, respeito às
Requires
leis, às
strong
regras, requer,
institutions,
sim, a
respect
questão de
towards
nós identificarmos quais
regulations,
são as nossas vantagens competitivas
identifying
e
what are
requer
our
também
competitive
que a gente
advantages,
defina
as
prioridades,
well
no
as
caso
the
do Brasil,
definition of
nacionais em
priorities.
termos
In
de
the case of Brazil,
desenvolvimento científico,
national
tecnológico e
priorities
inovação.
concerning
E
science
esses
and
modelos,
technology.
essas metodologias, elas
And these
podem
models
ser,
and
sim,
methodologies
aplicadas
can
no
be
caso
applied in
brasileiro,
the
né? Pode ser
Brazilian
aplicado não
case.
só no caso brasileiro, como eles são aplicados mundo afora.
They're
A
also
gente dando
applied
exemplo aqui, né, utilizando exemplos de uma
abroad. And
tecnologia
we are
mais moderna
using
que tem
this
definido
example
alguns
here
hubs
with
de
a
desenvolvimento econômico
more
baseados na
modern
inteligência
technology
artificial.
based
Eles têm
on AI,
alguns pontos em comum, que são justamente a concentração
which
de capital
has this
intelectual,
similar
uma
points.
cultura empreendedora muito forte que permite com que as universidades
The
participem da
culture
geração de inovação através do licenciamento de
innovation
tecnologias, por exemplo, como
that
fazem
the
as
university
universidades
can
americanas, ou
participate
através
in
do forte incentivo aos
that
próprios
happens in
pesquisadores e
the
professores, como fazem as
US
universidades
universities
chinesas de primeira linha, né?
and
Incentivar que os
also in
professores
China
sejam
that
aqueles que também
motivate the
incentivam
teachers
seus laboratórios, seus alunos,
to
seus
motivate
pesquisadores
the
associados a desenvolverem
students, the
tecnologias que possam ser
laboratories to develop
transformadas em
new
riqueza. Isso
technologies
leva a
that
ciclo
can
positivo, leva a uma
become
colaboração positiva
companies.
desses
And
atores
this is a
sociais em
cycle
prol da
of
economia das
collaboration.
regiões, ou seja, a construção desses ecossistemas de inovação. No
So
século XXI,
it's
segue
the
uma
same to
lógica de
say
abertura
that
de
in the
instituições,
21st
segue uma
century,
lógica de
we follow
participação
this
do governo
logic
não
of
como coordenador
participation,
das ações,
collaboration,
como
not the
aquele que
government as
impõe as
the
ações onde vão ser
coordinating
realizadas
of
determinadas
these actions,
atividades,
which are
mas
not
aquele
the
que escuta a
turn,
sociedade,
but
aquele que
the
leva em consideração os
government
investidores, leva em
as the
consideração
listener
o
of the
capital de risco, leva em
population.
consideração
They
a voz dos
consider the
acadêmicos, dos
risk, the
pesquisadores, e todos
voices
trabalham para que
of
se
all the
construa um
population,
ecossistema de inovação,
and we are
ecossistema baseado em
building this
tecnologias que podem contribuir para
ecosystem
o
based
desenvolvimento
on
das regiões,
technology
dos
that
estados, dos
can
países.
create
Bom, eu queria concluir a última
innovation
parte
and
dizendo que é
change in
possível
the
sim a gente
country.
construir inovação em escala no
So
Brasil
it's
através de
obviously is
exemplo daquilo que a
possible
gente
to
fez
create
no Rio Grande do Sul.
innovation in
Então,
scale in Brazil,
me permitir utilizar a literatura
as for the
nacional e não
example
literatura
of the South in Rio
estrangeira
Grande
para
do
mostrar
Sul.
que a
So
partir das
I'm
melhores
using
práticas, das
this
metodologias
example,
de desenvolvimento
this
econômico baseadas na
domestic
inovação, é possível,
example.
sim,
So
construir
it's
essas alavancas,
really
né? Nós fizemos
possible to
trabalho ao
do
longo
it
dos
here.
últimos 3 anos, 2019,
In the last 3
2022,
years, we
no
actually
estado do Rio
did
Grande do
this
Sul para
huge
construir
job in the
ecossistema
state
regional
of
de
Rio Grande do
inovação
Sul to
a
build the
partir de
system
análise
to
de dados, a partir do
innovation
planejamento, a partir
using
das nossas
database
vantagens competitivas, a partir do
analysis
potencial que a gente tinha, né?
and the
Só para dar um
potential
exemplo, o
that
Rio
we
Grande do Sul
had
é
here.
estado que tem 11
So
milhões de habitantes, 11 milhões e meio, produz
for you to
25,5%
understand this
da população,
example,
6,5% do PIB, quase 12% da
6.5
produção científica. Mas só o
the
fato da produção científica ser o dobro do PIB no percentual aqui, numa comparação entre bananas e laranjas, perdão, mas dá para entender a associação, né? Um estado que produz quase 12% da ciência não poderia ter a rigor apenas 100%
we have a
do
huge
PIB
GDP
no
here
século
in
21.
the south
Então,
of
a ideia
Brazil,
é
in this
justamente
state,
tentar construir
and this
projeto,
idea
trabalhar
is
para
really
construir
to build
uma
this
estratégia de
project
desenvolvimento onde a inovação tem que estar no centro da
where
estratégia de
innovation
desenvolvimento
is in the
econômico.
center
Ou seja,
of the
construir
economic
programas de
strategy.
Estado que façam com que esse conhecimento,
This
que essa
is
produção acadêmica,
the same to
aquilo que é
say that
produzido em
the
laboratórios,
state
aquilo que é
can
produzido
build
nas nossas universidades,
programs
seja transformado,
to
seja
innovate,
agregado como valor na
and what we
atividade
produce
industrial, na
inside
atividade do
the
setor de serviços, no
university can
agronegócio,
be
enfim,
used,
em
our
vários setores.
research
E
can
isso
be
passa por
used
toda uma lógica
in
de
a
construir um programa de
practical
Estado, onde, como o
application
Boasson colocou,
into the
inicia
society.
desde a educação
So
nas
it
escolas, a
started
educação para o
in the
século XXI, educação
education
inovadora,
inside the
infraestrutura
schools
para ensino,
for
passando
the
por apoio a
youngs,
setores
and then
estratégicos da
go
economia
to
que podem
the
alavancar a
implementation
nossa
of
atividade
it
econômica
and the other
através da agregação de valor.
collaborations and companies
Então,
that
esses
can
programas, um deles é o programa
also
Inova RS, que foi um
pay
grande programa
for the
guarda-chuva que
program to
nós
develop
construímos e
and
visava
work with
justamente utilizar a nossa
incentives.
infraestrutura de parques tecnológicos, universidades distribuídas ao
And we
longo do
can
nosso território,
also
né, os mais de 20
develop
parques
the structure
tecnológicos
of our
e incubadoras que nós temos
university,
no estado e fazer essa orquestração entre as
and we can
prefeituras, entre as
get
lideranças de
the
inovação,
outcome
entre
of
os
it
pesquisadores,
in
para
the
definir
sense
planejamentos
of
estratégicos,
innovation
planejamentos de
and
inovação
planning
para todas as regiões
to
do nosso
all the
estado. E a
regions in
partir da
our state.
identificação de
And
vantagens competitivas
following
de áreas em
the
particular, que cada uma das
identification
regiões
of
do nosso
these
estado
areas, these
identificava como tendo
regions,
potencial
that we
econômico,
could
potencial
identify the
de alavancar
potential
a
to
economia naquela
scale
região, nós
and
desenhamos
foment
projetos estratégicos
the
com esses
economy,
mais de 180 municípios que participaram, mais de 600
and
pessoas
more
envolvidas,
than
evidentemente com uma
180
coordenação
cities
a partir da
participate in
secretaria
the
com gestores de
program
inovação e tecnologia,
with
pessoas
management and different
preparadas, pessoas treinadas,
secretaries
pessoas que
involved
foram
on
selecionadas com mestrado e doutorado na área de gestão da inovação,
a
construir
lot of
projetos para
researchers,
desenhar
and
ecossistemas regionais de
they
inovação
build different
que alavancam
projects
a economia de
to
cada uma dessas
motivate
regiões do estado do Rio
people
Grande do Sul.
and
Então, só para dar um exemplo, a gente pode pegar aqui, por exemplo, a
participate
região
in incentives programs
da Serra e Hortênsias, ali a
to
região
scale
de
the
Caxias do Sul,
program
Gramado e
of
Canela. Eu cito esse
innovation
exemplo porque é
inside the state.
grupo de cidades que é
The
conhecido fora do
example
estado do Rio
here
Grande do Sul.
is one city,
É uma região que tem
Canelas,
potencial turístico, tem
inside
potencial em
the
educação
state of Rio
tecnológica
Grande do
e tem
Sul,
potencial na indústria
which
4.0
has a
muito
huge
significativo
potential
a
in
partir da indústria de
industry and
automação,
technology
transporte que já existe
and
na região.
transportation,
Então, o que o
which is
Estado,
common in the
as
region,
universidades, que
and
os
the
atores
universities
envolvidos
and
nesse
all the
movimento
actors
de
involved in this
construção da
movement
inovação
of
fazem?
building
Eles definem
innovation.
projetos que
They
podem
can
alavancar a economia
define
da região
projects
a
that
partir da
can
formação de
foment the
clusters que
economy
reúnem empresas,
inside the region,
universidades e governo para
involving
desenhar
the
o futuro da
government
região,
and
desenhar
companies
projetos que
to
venham a
draw the
contribuir
future
para a
of
matriz
this
econômica
region
das
that
regiões.
can
Projetos
contribute
onde a
to
atividade
the
econômica a gente
matrix
faz
of this
agregação de
development
valor. Agregação de
and
valor, por exemplo,
technology
agronegócio, como o caso
and
de várias regiões do estado
innovation,
aqui.
and
Agregação de
can
valor ao setor de
bring
saúde, como o
value
caso de outras
to different
regiões aqui
sectors
dos
like
estados, e
health
agregação de
sector
valor aquilo que cada uma das
and
regiões
other
tem
different
potencial para desenvolvimento.
regions in,
Só para dar um
that has
exemplo, isso é
potential
uma metodologia
to
similar à
scale
metodologia
up
de
the
especialização
economy in
inteligente,
Brazil.
Smart Specialization, que a Europa utilizou
So there's this example in Europe that they use almost the same system involving different actors to increase these innovation programs, go into different countries in Europe to scale up this development in economics and technology, for example, in Portugal or in Spain, Barcelona. We have this huge information industry. So this method can be reflected and applied with adaptations to our reality or different realities, showing how science can innovate and contribute to this development. To wrap up this kind of project, to build this, to develop this economic matrix, it requires a lot of investment, but it can also build can create different jobs, and different resources can come and be applied in the society in our country. So finally, I could talk for hours and hours here about different programs that has been happening here in Brazil. We had different researchers with people that are very expert in research and in this kind of planning. And so I'm gonna finish talking about the 60s in the United States, and we had this happening there, and this consolidated industry in the United States back then, and it's an example for us today and how we can contribute with innovation to develop, and we can contribute to the context, to the domestic context in a country that we have a leadership who thinks about the development globally. We are not just talking about the two axes competing globally, but we are in the middle of transition, and one of the huge challenges here that we are facing worldly, the question here is how in this area, in this technology area, we can create jobs and preserve the dignity of the employment. So we have to understand which will be our destiny. And thank you very much. I wouldn't talk about AI because we have to talk about development in our country, but thank you, everybody. So you can stay there because we have another person to talk, and then we can do question and answers. We're going to call Henrique Malvar, who's a distinguished engineer in Microsoft. For several years, he was the chief of engineer and the director of the laboratory in Washington.
Now, in addition to leading technical projects in several different areas, he also manages new interfaces and devices for machine interaction, including technology to aid people with disabilities, producing apps like Soundscape and Windows Eye Control. He was a co-inventor of more than 100 patents in the US, more than 70 articles published, He's a research fellow of GPUE and a member of the U.S. Academy of Engineering. And is a correspondent member of our Brazilian Academy of Science. The floor is yours, Nico.
Olá.
Oi, Boação. Que prazer te ver, apesar de ser em pixels, né?
It's a pleasure to see you,
vocês, mas
albeit in
é um grande
pixels.
prazer. Agradeço muito
It's a great
o
pleasure.
convite.
Thank you so much for the
Gosto
invitation.
muito de participar
I really
de eventos
enjoy
com
being
vocês
part
da academia.
of the
Então,
Academy's
deixa eu
events.
fazer aqui o meu share screen
So let me share
para
my
vocês
screen
verem a minha apresentação.
so that you can see my presentation.
E aí, estão vendo bem os meus slides? Acredito que sim, né? Obrigado, Luiz. Então, vamos falar um pouquinho sobre avanços na tecnologia da informação.
So let's talk about
impactos e
the
acessibilidade de
advance
saúde, como vocês viram no
of
título.
technology
E como o Luiz falou,
and
a área de inteligência
information
artificial realmente é
impacting
muito
health and
importante. Então, hoje em
accessibility.
dia, muito do que se
So
faz na
nowadays, a lot of
tecnologia da
what's done
informação
in
é
information
na área de
technology
inteligência artificial.
concerns
Então, o
artificial
que a gente chama de
intelligence. So
transformação
what we call
digital, né,
digital
da tecnologia da
transformation
informação
of
está entrando em tudo.
informational
Ela é
technology,
muito alavancada pela
it is very much
inteligência
leveraged
artificial. Para te
by
dar uma ideia,
artificial
se você
intelligence.
olhar como, por exemplo, aqui a Microsoft,
If you look at
todos
Microsoft,
os
for
nossos
example,
produtos e serviços
all of
têm
our products
pouquinho
and
ou
services
muito
have a little
de
bit
inteligência
or a
artificial
lot
embutido. Dentro do
of
Windows,
artificial
dentro do Office,
intelligence
até vou
inbuilt
mostrar algumas
into
coisas para
them.
vocês daqui a pouco.
I will
Então, eu
show
vou
you some
falar um
examples in a
pouco,
bit.
quando eu falo tecnologia
So,
da informação,
by
muito
information
baseado na
technology, I
inteligência
mean
artificial.
a lot of
Gostaria de
artificial
fazer
intelligence as well.
comentário antes
I'd like to just
de
make a comment
continuar,
before
é que quando eu
continuing
falar sobre
that
tecnologias e
when I
sobre
talk
avanços,
about
vocês vão
technology
ver que eu vou
and
apresentar
progress,
exemplos da
you will see that I will
Microsoft,
give
porque
examples from
são aqueles que eu me
Microsoft
sinto
because
mais
these are the ones that I feel
tecnologia que
most
nós
comfortable talking
desenvolvemos.
about.
Então,
This is
eu
the
vou mostrar
technology
como
that we have
exemplo,
developed.
mas
So,
muitas empresas estão desenvolvendo. Se
but
você
many
olhar
other
as
countries are developing it for
quatro
sure.
mais
If you look
importantes
at
da
the
área de
four
tecnologia
most
da informação,
relevant
que o
ones
Luiz listou
in
nos slides
information
dele,
technology
todas
that
elas
Luis talked
investem
about,
demais em
all of them
inteligência
invest a
artificial.
lot in artificial
Uma coisa
intelligence.
importante, até um ponto ressaltado
So,
pela Jussara
one
na
point
palestra
brought by
dela,
Jussara
é
in
que
her
com a
talk
oportunidade traz
is
a
that
responsabilidade. A gente tem que tomar
with
cuidado, porque a
opportunity comes
inteligência artificial
responsibility.
é uma tecnologia muito poderosa.
AI is a
Você
very
pode fazer
powerful
os
technology.
deepfakes, por
You can
exemplo,
create
como a Jussara
deepfakes,
falou.
like
Você
Jussara
pode
said,
fazer muitas coisas e você pode até, talvez,
and you
substituir
could
os
even
humanos. E
replace
uma coisa
humans.
importante que a gente pode fazer é
And one thing
desenvolver
that
a
we can
inteligência
do
artificial não para
is
substituir os
develop AI
humanos,
not
porque a
to
inteligência
replace
humana ainda
humans,
é
because
muito maior.
human
É
intelligence
mais
is
inteligência
still
artificial
a lot
para
more.
ajudar os humanos. Eu vou mostrar
We can
exemplo
develop
daqui a
technology
pouco.
to help
Que, por exemplo,
humans.
certas capacidades da
And
inteligência
some
artificial estão evoluindo
AI capabilities are
rapidamente,
developing
principalmente nos
very
últimos
quickly,
5, 6
especially in
anos.
the last 5,
Você vê,
6
hoje em
years.
dia, a capacidade de
Nowadays,
sistema
the
de
capacity
AI
of an
escutar
AI
uma voz,
system to
entender o que
hear
a
a
pessoa
voice
está
and understand
falando,
what people are
ver
saying,
uma imagem,
to
entender
see
o
an
que está
image
naquela
and
imagem,
understand what they're
ler um
seeing,
texto,
to
entender o que
read
foi
a
dito
text
naquele
and
texto,
understand
nós
it,
basicamente,
basically,
fechando há uns 2 anos atrás,
about 2
temos
years
paridade
ago,
humana. Então, a
it's
inteligência
become
artificial consegue
pretty much
entender essas formas
comparable
de
to
informação tão
humans.
bem quanto um ser humano. Às vezes até melhor.
They can
Eu
understand
vou
it
fazer
as well as
comentário
humans,
sobre
or
as vantagens
sometimes
sobre
even
isso.
better.
Então, certas tarefas que são
So some
maçantes para o
tasks
ser
which
humano, elas
are
podem ser feitas com a mesma
dragging
qualidade
for
do ser humano
humans,
através da
they
inteligência
can be done
artificial.
with the same
Então,
quality
o que a gente
by
pode
AI.
esperar que a adoção
So what can we
da IA,
expect
né, da
from
inteligência
the
artificial vai
adoption of
fazer?
AI?
Novos e melhores empregos,
New and better
vai
jobs.
transformar os empregos, toda a
So jobs
tecnologia
will
que é
be
muito
transformed.
importante,
All of the
transforma,
technology that is
né?
so
Por
important
exemplo, aqui nos
is
Estados
transformed.
Unidos,
So for example, here in
por
the
causa da
US,
evolução da
because
inteligência
of the
artificial,
evolution of
dos
AI,
cargos mais
one of the
populares é
most popular
cientista de dados,
jobs is
né? As empresas querem
uh,
contratar
data
cientistas de
scientists.
dados. E
Companies want
tem
to hire them,
centenas de milhares
and
de
there are
cargos
hundreds
abertos
and
que as
thousands of
empresas não
vacancies
conseguem
because
preencher,
companies are
porque não
not
tem
able
gente
to fill
suficiente
them
formada,
because there are not
né?
people
Aqui dentro da
enough people
Microsoft
trained in it.
criamos uma
Here
escola
in Microsoft, we
interna
created an
de
internal
inteligência
school
artificial e
for
aprendizado de máquina,
AI
com cursos
and
que
machine
tem
learning
milhares de
with
alunos,
courses that have
que é para
thousands of
poder
students
capacitar todo
so
o
that
nosso
we
time
can
de
train
engenharia
all of our
para entender
engineering
bem
team to
como projetar e
understand
como
well
usar a
how to
inteligência artificial.
design and
Então,
use
oportunidades
artificial
de
intelligence.
negócios, de
So that creates
acelerados,
business
mas uma
opportunities,
coisa
it
muito
accelerates
importante que está
them.
até em
But
vermelho
one
aqui nos
important thing
slides
that's in
é
red
você
even here
garantir a
is
igualdade e
to
oportunidade
ensure
de acesso aos
equality
benefícios da IA. linear.
in
Então, isso é uma
opportunities
coisa
and
muito
access
importante para a
to
gente,
the
de
benefits of
você
AI.
garantir
So that's very important
que o
for us,
acesso à IA
to
seja
guarantee
para
that
todo
the
mundo.
access to
Então, você tem que
AI
fazer com que os custos sejam baixos,
is
que a
wide
IA não tenha
for everybody.
vieses, que
You
trate
have to guarantee
pessoas
that it
diferentes
has
da
no
mesma
bias,
forma, uma visão
that it treats
computacional
different people in the same
tem que
way.
tomar as mesmas
It needs
conclusões, seja
to
qual
have
for
the
a cor da
same
pele da
conclusion,
pessoa que está na
whatever the
imagem, por
color of the
exemplo,
skin of the
né? E
person
você
who's on
treinar a
screen,
mão de obra. Eu acabei
and
de falar ainda
train the
agora, até um treinamento
workforce.
interno que estamos fazendo.
Just said this
Né?
in an
Acesso à
internal training
educação,
that we're
a
doing.
capacidade da IA na educação
So
enorme.
the
Né?
capacity of AI in education
Então,
is
com
also
isso
huge.
tudo, é o conceito da ética na inteligência artificial. Então, antes de falar um pouquinho
That has a lot to do
do
with ethics
impacto
as
da
well.
inteligência artificial, eu queria
Before
falar um
talking about
pouquinho
its
desse
impact, I
assunto
want to
da
talk
ética, porque é
about
muito importante
this
para a gente.
subject,
Né?
which is
Então,
very
você
important
tem
for
que ter
us.
confiabilidade,
You have to have
você tem que ter
reliability,
segurança, privacidade, preservar a
security,
privacidade,
privacy,
né?
preserve people's
A
privacy,
inclusão digital que eu vou falar,
digital
você ter
inclusion,
acesso a todas as
have
pessoas,
access to
ausência
all
de
people,
vieses.
the absence
Prestação
of
de
bias.
contas é um pouco você entender o que a
Accountability is
inteligência
about
artificial está fazendo. Se a
understanding what
inteligência artificial
AI is
fizer uma
doing.
análise de
If it
informação
conducts
e chegar a uma
an information
conclusão,
analysis and
você tem
reaches a
você
conclusion,
tem que explicar como
you
é
have
que
to
ela chegou nessa
explain
conclusão.
how it
E hoje em
reached that
dia, as
conclusion. And
tecnologias que são
nowadays,
baseadas em redes
technologies
neuronais
which are
profundas,
based
por
on
exemplo,
deep
têm
neural
dificuldade de
networks have a
explicar.
very hard
Ainda é um
time to
problema de
explain it.
pesquisa
It's still a
você fazer uma
research
inteligência
topic
artificial
to
de
create
alto nível,
a
com
high
grande
level
capacidade de
AI with a
decisão,
lot
que
of
tenha
computing
também a
capabilities, which
capacidade de
also has
explicar
the
essa
capabilities of
decisão. E
explaining how
também,
they
como
got
aí
to
na
that
ponta superior
decision.
esquerda do
And
slide,
at the upper right
você
hand,
ir atrás da legislação. A legislação
to
costuma estar atrás da
manage
tecnologia,
legislation
então a
as
gente
well.
tem
It
um
usually
esforço
follows
danado de tentar
technology.
educar
So we have this effort
as
of attempting
entidades
to educate
legislativas para
the
entenderem
legislative
as
agents to
capacidades e os
understand
perigos da
the
inteligência
capacities
artificial
and
para que
dangers
as
of artificial
regulamentações
intelligence so
apropriadas
that the
sejam
proper
feitas.
regulations are
Por
put in place.
exemplo, para ajudar a
So for
sociedade com a
example,
inteligência artificial,
to
nós
help
criamos esse
society
programa
with
que chama
artificial
AI
intelligence, we
for
created
Good,
this
né?
program,
AI
AI
para
for Good.
propósitos bons, para ajudar a sociedade. Nós estamos investindo aproximadamente
We are
600 milhões de
investing
reais
about
nesse
600
programa no
million
mundo
reais in
todo.
this program
Então, a
across the
gente tem
world.
programa para
So we have
melhoria do mundo,
this program for improving the
acessibilidade,
world,
ações
improving
humanitárias,
accessibility,
preservar a
humanitarian
história
action,
e saúde.
preservation of
Todos
history,
esses programas
and
a gente
promoting health.
até financia
It
vários
has all of these
projetos
axes.
na área,
And
independente
we
ou não
fund many
deles usarem
projects in
tecnologia
various
muita
areas,
software.
in
São
all of these
projetos
areas.
bacanas de ajudar a sociedade
All of
com
these
o
help
uso de
society
inteligência artificial.
through
Então, para esses projetos,
the
por
use of
exemplo,
AI.
a gente garante
So
acesso à
through these
computação
projects,
da
we
nuvem, que é
guarantee
muito
access
forte e muito
to cloud
importante, né?
computing,
Para
which is
você
very
poder
important
rodar os
for us
algoritmos
to be
mais
able
poderosos
to
de inteligência
run the
artificial.
most powerful
Então, depois desse
algorithms, for
preâmbulo, do
example.
cuidado que a gente
So
tem com a
after this
inteligência
preamble
artificial,
about the
aí
care
eu
that we
queria
need to take
então
with
vir mais
AI,
para o tópico
I want to move into
dessa nossa sessão, que são
the
os
topic of this
avanços da
section,
IA
which is
e
AI
aplicações em áreas
progress
como, por
in
exemplo,
areas
saúde
like
e
health
acessibilidade.
and
É claro, a IA
accessibility.
afeta tudo,
Of course,
mas
AI
aí
affects
nessa
everything,
sessão agora
but
a
in
gente
this
pegou
section
esses dois
especially, we
pontos.
took these
Por
2
exemplo,
points.
no caso da saúde,
So
você
in the
pode
case
ter
of health,
cuidado
you can
personalizado,
have
você pode
personalized
usar
care.
como, por exemplo,
You
HoloLens,
can use a
onde você
HoloLens
insere uma imagem
through
em
which you can
cima do
insert an
paciente, então
image
você pode
above
ver uma
the
imagem
patient, so you can see a
computadorizada das
computerized
propriedades internas do
image of
corpo
the
da pessoa,
internal properties of
superimposta à
a person's
pessoa, que
body,
ajuda o
superimposed
médico, o
over
cirurgião
them.
a
It
tomar
helps
melhores
surgeons
decisões.
to make best
Eu queria mostrar
decisions.
para você uma aplicação muito
I want to
interessante
show
da
you a very
inteligência
interesting
artificial que nós
application
estamos
of
fazendo
AI
com vários
that we're
parceiros,
doing in
deles
partnership with
Providence
many
St.
agents.
Joseph,
One of them is the
o
Providence
hospital,
St. Joseph,
que
the hospital.
trabalho que fizemos também com a Nuance, acabamos
Also in
comprando a
partnership
empresa
with Nuance, we
mas é
ended up
trabalho bacana que a gente
buying
chama de
over Nuance.
inteligência ambiental
It's
clínica,
called Clinical
né?
Environmental
Que
Intelligence.
projeto que nós chamamos de Empower MD,
We call it
que
Empower
é
MD.
empoderar os médicos. E a
It's
ideia
about
é o
empowering
seguinte, imagina
doctors.
quando você vai numa consulta
So,
médica. Em geral,
imagine when
eu
you're
lembro
in
quando
a
eu era mais
doctor's
novinho, eu
appointment.
ia numa
I
consulta
remember when I
médica
was
e o
younger,
médico
I
ou a
would go to an
médica tá lá
appointment and the
conversando
doctor
com
would
você, mas tá lá
talk to
escrevendo
you,
um
but
monte de
they're
coisa, um
writing a
monte de
bunch of
papel
things,
misteriosos, né?
making some
sobre
mysterious
a
notes
consulta.
about
E
the
não tem muito
appointment,
tempo de conversar
and they
com
don't have
você
a
que
lot
tá
of time to
escrevendo,
talk to you.
né? Hoje, no futuro, eles
And nowadays, and in the future, doctors are striving to use the computer, but use it less. So they're talking to you, but they have a computer open. What if we could have an AI to be a part of the conversation, be a part of the appointment privately, so as to understand what is taking place in the appointment so that the doctor can spend more time talking to you. I didn't have time to convert this audio to Portuguese, but I believe you'll understand. Eu vou fazer uma série de perguntas. Então, enquanto o médico foca no paciente, o sistema
Tired lately or anything like that?
I'm just a little tired.
Okay.
From it.
Okay. How about any problems with, a fever or just generally feeling unwell?
No.
Okay. You mentioned the headache.
Just the headache.
Integrating this dialogue with context from the patient's health record, a learning system in the cloud generates a medical note. After the visit, the doctor can easily edit the note generated by the system. Let's see how this technology works. The intelligent scribe extracts clinical content from the dialogue and classifies it to standard sections of the medical note. It also identifies clinically relevant concepts. The clinical content is synthesized to generate note suggestions.
Eu acho que eu posso parar aqui. Então, você vê aqui exemplo do que aconteceu. A inteligência artificial escutou a conversa. A médica
the AI listened in on the conversation, and the information that is structured on your screen, which is a result of the AI. At the same time that on the right hand, you can see what was said with some keywords highlighted for the doctors to pay attention to them. And on the left, a summary of what took place. So, in context of their medical history, in addition to some recommendations about what kind of exams could be done. So, this is an intelligent assistant, but it does not make diagnosis. The doctors do that. But the doctor doesn't need to spend their time in taking notes. The AI can do that. Organize the notes and help them. So this is a very important system. I believe that what we're seeing here is how doctors' appointments will happen across the board in the future. So other examples. Imagine a radiologist who is looking at an X-ray of a cancer patient. So on the left side, you can see the red line measuring the dimensions of a tumor. Sometimes specialists need to take a long time trying to find the tumor, measure its size, to see how it evolved. All of that AI can do for them with very high degree of precision and accuracy without tiring the specialist. So we see that when AI can detect that for you, how it evolved, if it's above or below average, it can take all of these conclusions in 10 minutes instead of 40, 50 minutes, which is the average time that a radiologist specialist takes to make that type of analysis without the help of AI. So we can make that professional a much more productive person. Another important area is a simple thing. Blood samples. We take blood and take many exams. We are working with Adaptive Technologies, which is a company here in Seattle. Instead of taking a huge tube of blood, we take just a little bit, just a very small sample. We sequence the DNA contained in the blood using their technology, and you look at the DNA of the white blood cells, and these already start demonstrating patterns that are correlated with the issues that are present in your organisms. Then we use AI to detect these patterns and generate a diagnosis. And with that sort of analysis that depends a lot on AI, you can detect cancers at a very early stage, much earlier than other techniques would. You can detect COVID, you can detect the presence of certain types of bacteria. It will completely revolutionize the use of blood tests and how much you can learn through it.
So let me talk about advancements in accessibility. So people with some disabled
infelizmente, é mais uma oportunidade para separar essas pessoas, porque às vezes a tecnologia é complexa
We're advancing technology, but for these people, it's not really accessible. So we have this obligation to develop this kind of technology as well, to include everybody actually and get them to see and work with the benefits. So one of the things that for accessibility, we can use the camera, the phone camera, to see things. For example, you go to one shop and you take a picture of this shop, and this IA can tell you where are you, what are the things that are in this store, in this shop, and in the street, or what the value that the cash that you just got. So it's more independency for everybody. And in this kind of area, we had this controller. So it allows children to play video games. So when you have this Xbox, so you have the control, and we need two hands to use it. So we have this new control, which is the same price. So it has different buttons, and you can use your elbow. And imagine if you don't have one hand, which is the case that the girl who is in this image. So let me show you the impact of this technology in some cases. So this artificial intelligence, how can it impact?
My name is Owen, and I am 9.5 years old. I only have.
Então eu sou. Então eu adoro videogames, eu gosto dos meus amigos, minha família. Dessa maneira você pode interagir com seus amigos. Quando eu estava usando o controle normal, tinha algumas coisas que não funcionavam para mim. É difícil para mim usar o joystick. E aí isso me deixava mais lento, enquanto outras pessoas tinham toda a liberdade de mexer em todos os botões. Ela nunca teve essa liberdade para jogar. A gente sempre achou, nossa, isso é tão injusto. Agora todo mundo pode usar esse controle adaptativo. Eu nem olho para o controle. Uma das coisas, um dos grandes medos era como a gente como que eles iam ver e aceitar esse tipo de tecnologia. Foi um pouco desafiador no começo, mas agora eu sei que eu posso jogar e acabar com os meus amigos no jogo. Então não importa como é o seu corpo ou quanto você é rápido, você pode jogar também. É muito legal fazer parte dessa tecnologia.
Você vê, foi muito bem sucedida. Agora eu queria mostrar para vocês
so
outro exemplo.
It was very successful.
Imagina uma pessoa
so let me show you another example.
Neuronal, por exemplo, na coluna, ou que tem a doença chamada ELA, e a pessoa não
people
consegue
that
mover suas
have
mãos, ou não consegue falar.
Trauma,
mas o cérebro está perfeito. Como é que você se comunica com o computador?
Cannot speak
então,
or
exemplo é você usar
whatever. How can you interact with the computer? So this kind of technology, in this video, you can see how the person can use it. You can look at
porque você se focalizou naquela
the letters, and you focus on it, and then you're gonna write a text.
É bem mais
devagar do que
datilografar com as mãos, mas você
consegue it's a little bit slow, but you can write.
Medidor, rastreador ocular, né?
So you have to have this Toby, which is this technology that you have to connect with a USB, and you can control the computer using your eyes. So even if this person cannot move, they can use the computer. Another important thing in Microsoft Teams that you can use is the legend. Is the subtitle you can use when you're just listening. You can use the subtitle, and you can change the idiom, and you can change the language. So you're not just capturing what people are saying, but you can also translate it. So you can read the subtitle and you can translate it. So you can create this environment without barriers for many people. And we have a different software that my team has developed called Soundscapes. If one person is blind, and you can use it. For example, if you're using your maps, you have to look at the screen. So if you're blind, you cannot do it. So this software is going to help you with sound. So the sound is coming from the direction that you should go. So you're not following directions that you're seeing in the screen, but you're going to hear the instructions, and then you're going to follow the audio, and with this you can reach the place that you should go. Give independency for the blind people. So I'm going to show you another video.
Lighthouse, San Francisco.
We want to explore our world in the same ways that everybody else wants to explore their world.
Outdoor, donning a headset.
Soundscape fills in a lot of the mental map as you move. It makes it effortless and seamless to know what's around you because it's designed such that you can just put it in your pocket and go.
Maya using Soundscape, walking with Alex.
DSW Shoe Warehouse. DSW Shoe Warehouse. Cool things happening around town here. When I'm with other people, I'm able to gather a lot of the same information my sighted friends or family are getting from the signage around me. And with that, I'm able to participate in, hey, look what's over there. Oh, Despicable is showing up here as well, which is one of my favorite stores.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Those moments that don't usually happen for me in my life.
David, walking in the park.
Using the technology is relatively easy. You have to still concentrate on listening for obstacles, but you then get used to the chatter in the background and you can pick out suddenly something that's of interest to you.
Shona, around town.
It was great. Tell me all the different shops as I passed, which is lovely. And the different street names as well. Quite often I don't know, which street's which.
Approaching intersection. Battery goes right.
Maya, touching phone screen.
We have a beacon set for Nike store, 248 yards. The beacon has...
Esse beacon, ela vai acompanhando o beacon para chegar no lugar que ela quer ir. Nesse caso, a Nike Store.
In busier areas.
Palm extended, pointing with her phone.
I'm getting the bell right about here.
Great. So let's just head off that way.
Okay. Forward.
Passing through an open market.
It's been a unique experience to work with the Soundscape team. They have been so transparent, forthcoming, open to feedback. It's been a really dynamic relationship. You have blind people on your team. You're working deeply with agencies like Lighthouse and reaching out and engaging with blind people in different places and from different backgrounds and really making sure that what's being created is aligned with the needs of the community.
Similar forward.
Nike store.
Good boy. Left and side.
Entering the store.
Woohoo! Okay. Hi, how are you today?
Logo of Guide Dogs UK.
Então vocês viram nessa experiência
So you
que
can
a
see in this
Maia conseguiu
experience
ir
that
na
Maya
Microstore e o
could go
rapaz que estava do
to the
lado dela, o Alex,
microstore,
que na verdade é um dos engenheiros
and the
do
guy
projeto,
who
ele estava
were
só conversando
besides
com
her,
ela, mas ele não estava dando direções para ela. Ela pegou todas as direções pelo
he
Soundscape
wasn't
e
giving her the
conseguiu sozinha
directions,
chegar no lugar onde ela queria ir.
and
Então,
she
mais um
could go
exemplo da
by
inteligência
herself
artificial e das
to the
novas
place that she
tecnologias
wanted to
podendo
go.
ajudar as pessoas
So this is
com
one of the
deficiência.
examples
Muito
that
obrigado.
technology can give
Espero que vocês tenham
access to everybody. So happy to be here. Thank you very much. I'm gonna call Jussara here to the stage. I'm gonna start the Q&A. Henrique, Luis, they are there in our virtual space. So we're gonna start. There are some people on YouTube. I'm gonna open to the questions for one of them or everyone. Any questions? I can see many questions here. Alvaro has a question. I'm gonna alternate in person and virtual questions. Thank you. I congratulate all the very good talks here, very interesting talks. I'd like to greet Henrique. So I have two questions, a general question to everyone. So the general one refers to how IA can help us fighting misinformation. I say this because of the talk of Henrique and Jussara, and we are dealing with these huge volumes of data. Any more specific question? This more specific question is for Luis. As an expert of innovation, information expert, so I'd like him to give us some impressions of him about his experience in the south of Brazil, about the industrial park that they have there, but they're kind of dealing with difficulty to get an importance in the scenery of innovation. Comparing to different states, they are not really important. So what's your perception about it? So I think IA is a support, is a tool in two different fronts. So I believe in fact checking. But we cannot do it in computer science. So we're not checking it actually. So this machine learning, what we saw is that they can point the content that have this evidence of the information. So this can be our priority for agency of fact checking. So this was one thing that we did, and we had some costs, and we could do it, and it is important. And another thing is
showing how people who are disseminating misinformation are exploring these so-called demons I mentioned that we can show. To give the feeling to the users of how subject they are to this type of action. So that's what I believe. So would you like to add anything, Alvaro?
Sim, a Jussara está
Yes.
absolutamente correta.
Jussara is absolutely correct.
Dos pontos da
And I believe that one of the points
que,
of
por exemplo, a
AI,
Jussara na palestra dela, ela
well,
chegou
for
a
example,
comentar
Jussara
que às vezes
talked
quando você
about
tem deepfake, que são
sometimes
gerados
when you have
através de
deepfakes
tecnologia
which
de
are
IA,
generated through
você
AI,
detectar que uma imagem
for you to detect that an
deepfake
image
é
is
muito
a
difícil.
deepfake is very
E
difficult.
todos os trabalhos científicos
And all of
de quem
the
consegue
scientific
detectar,
work that
daqui a
of
mês
those who
aparece
are able
alguém que
to
consegue
detect it,
passar o
1 month
detetor
later,
usando a IA.
somebody develops
Então é
a
uma
way
briga
to bypass
de
that.
gatos e ratos
So it's a cat and mouse race,
fica muito difícil.
and
Né?
it becomes
Mas,
very
através
hard
da
to deal
IA,
with.
você percebe
However,
que
through
as
AI,
redes
you can
digitais e as
see that
máquinas de
the
busca das grandes
digital
empresas
networks
estão
and
começando a ter essa responsabilidade.
searching
Então, por
engines
exemplo, se
of
você for no Bing Search buscar alguma
large
coisa e vier
companies
resultado
have
que
started
parece
becoming more
ser
aware of this type of
talvez não seja a
activity.
realidade, o Bing tem a capacidade de
Bing, for
colocar
example,
outros
has the
resultados que
capability
mostram
of
uma opinião
adding
alternativa,
results
que
that
permite que
show
você tome uma
alternative
decisão. Ah, peraí, mas essa fonte
opinions,
falou A,
allowing
mas
you
essas
to
outras
make a
fontes
different
todas aqui estão
decision,
falando
because
B. Então vai ver que o A
one
não é
result
correto.
shows
Então
one
te ajuda
opinion and
a tomar
option B
decisão.
shows
E se
another one,
você não
allowing
se
you to see a
se vocês não se
contrast.
incomodam, eu vou fazer um screen
If it's
share
okay
muito
with you, I
rapidinho,
will share my
porque eu já
screen
estava
very quickly,
imaginando que essa pergunta ia aparecer,
because
né?
I
Premonição. Então
assumed this question
a
was coming
indústria
up.
se reuniu e
So the
esse ano
industry
nós lançamos
gathered
uma
this
primeira
year,
especificação dessa padronização
and we launched
chamada
this
C2PA,
standardization
que
called
é você
C2PA,
marcar quem foi que
which
gerou
is
a mídia.
about
Então tem processo
tagging
técnico
those who
complicado
create
de você
media.
colocar
There's a very
metadata na mídia
complicated
e tudo
process of
mais,
adding
usando
metadata to
blockchain
media
para
using
verificar,
blockchain for
e que no
checking.
final a
And
ideia
at the
é
end of
que
the process,
as
the idea
interfaces do
is
usuário,
for
quando mostrarem
the
para você uma
user
mensagem como
interfaces,
uma
when they
foto,
show you a
vão
picture, they
mostrar
will
uma
also show
observação.
an
Essa foto
observation,
foi
oh,
verificada
this
e a
was checked.
fonte dessa
And the
foto, que
source of
alguém
this
está dizendo que é a
picture,
BBC,
which somebody is saying that
realmente é a
it's
BBC.
BBC, truly is
Então,
the BBC.
essa coalition,
So
essa nova padronização
this
técnica vai
new
ajudar
technical
muito. Não resolve
standardization
todo o
will
problema
help a
dos
lot. It won't
deepfakes,
solve
mas
the
pelo
deepfake
menos
issue,
pode
but at
ajudar
least
a
it could
detectar
help
a fonte.
in
Quem
detecting
foi a
sources.
fonte real daquela
Who
imagem.
was the actual source of the image?
Não,
So, Luis,
rapidamente.
would you like to add
De fato,
anything?
qualquer sistema de IA tem algumas
Well,
coisas que têm que ser
in any AI
desmistificadas
system,
aqui,
there
né, Rico?
are
Muito depende da
demystification
entrada,
issues.
da aplicação daquilo que a gente recebe. A Jussara tem toda a razão quando ela diz nós não
Jussara is very
sabemos
right to say
identificar nós na
that
IA, mas
we
tem que
can
ser feita
identify
uma
ourselves in
curadoria
AI.
muito grande da
But there's a
questão do
lot
tipo
of
de dado que o
curatorship that
sistema
needs
vai
to take
utilizar para o
place
aprendizado, se vai ser
in
supervisionado,
terms
não
of
supervisionado.
whether it will
Não
be
interessa aquele
supervised or
monte de
not, and
nomezinhos e siglas que a gente usa em IA,
all of
mas
the
interessa muito
acronyms
o
are
tipo
not
de
as important
curadoria, o
as the
tipo
type
de
of curatorship
rotulação,
and
o
labeling
tipo de
that we will
limpeza,
use,
entre aspas, numa linguagem bem clara de dados que a gente faz, para que o sistema aprenda a
so
classificar
that the system
aquilo
learns
que é
how to
fake,
classify
aquilo
what is
que é
fake,
falso, aquilo que é mal
what is false
intencionado,
or
aquilo que
ill-intended,
estimula comportamentos
and
indesejáveis e
what
assim por diante.
manipulates
Depende muito
undesirable
da
behaviors.
da
It depends
curadoria
a
dos
lot on
dados.
the
Eu tentei ser o mais
data
informal
curatorship.
possível. Posso?
I will ask you to hold back on the second question, and I'll quickly move and come back. A person called Vermina asks Professor Jussara, faced with all of this complexity in web misinformation, in your opinion, could states lead any type of activity to tackle that issue? I'll leave the interpretation up to you. I'm not particularly sure. You have to consider that this barrier doesn't exist formally. But honestly, I don't believe that. I believe in a decentralized solution. Again, those green people, I don't think it's a top-down solution. For any type of efficacy, it has to be a collective action. So I'll go back to Prata's question to Lambie.
Ah, não. Eu gosto muito dessa pergunta, porque talvez
it's a great question.
A percepção esteja assim, já um pouco alterada. Não, até Prata e Boisson, os últimos ranks aí, tanto do FIEC, né, da Federação das Indústrias do Ceará, quanto do CLT, eles nos colocam numa posição muito boa. E até eu acho que a percepção que as pessoas tinham do Rio Grande do Sul vem de uma época em que a gente tinha, de fato, uma ausência, digamos assim, de uma estratégia focada em inovação. Até a questão do que me trouxe para o MIT foi justamente o programa de inovação que a gente construiu lá no estado, que é um programa muito interessante. A gente nunca teve no Brasil um programa de inovação que envolveu mais de 100 cidades em nenhum estado, né, na literatura. A gente levou a constituição do Instituto Caldeira em Porto Alegre, que é algo muito parecido com a CAT, mas um formato muito significativo. E só para ter uma estrela do bolo, nessa semana está acontecendo um evento internacional chamado South Summit, lá em Porto Alegre, com 15 mil pessoas focadas justamente no desenvolvimento de inovação, novos negócios de base tecnológica. Então, a cena de inovação no Rio Grande do Sul, eu diria que ela é muito pujante no momento. Vem aí um dos primeiros caminhões elétricos do Brasil. A antiga fábrica FENEME foi resgatada com uma parceria aí carioca gaúcha. E em breve esses caminhões da antiga FENEME elétricos estarão operando em grande número numa grande fornecedora de cerveja aí. Não vou fazer o merchandising, mas não fica difícil descobrir qual é essa grande fornecedora de cerveja que vai utilizar caminhões elétricos FENEME produzidos em Caxias do Sul. Enfim, mas é só para dizer que a cena de inovação evoluiu muito, porque a gente teve uma construção de um projeto de fato construído de uma forma ecossistêmica, que não é aquele delírio, digamos assim, de prefeito, governador e inclusive o primeiro-ministro de país europeu, que sempre diz que a sua cidade, o seu estado vai ser o próximo Vale do Silício. Não é assim que o mundo funciona. Para quem estuda inovação, sabe que não é uma coisa trivial de mandato de cima para baixo que as coisas acontecem. Obrigado,
about top-down solution, like Jussara said.
Não é.
Thank you for not advertising. Virgilio, please. A mic is on the way. I will ask Jussara, but I would also like to congratulate Lambie and Rico for their great presentations. Jussara, an election is looming. So you've been studying the networks. And the question is, what type of intervention could be done to minimize the dissemination of misinformation? So in general terms, regardless of the platform, there was in this election, we will see a different scenario in terms of platform. When you talk about intervention, do you mean political? So in technology, I believe that I'm not sure if I'll answer your question, but I need to point to evidence. And if this evidence is strong enough in the legal deposit of knowledge that we have to make decisions, then yes. But the role of our area of knowledge only goes so far. What I mean is, I think we can provide evidence, but if legislation is strong enough to explore that evidence and do something, I don't know. So we'll address one more question from the audience and then move to 3 questions from YouTube. Someone here wants to ask. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. I'm in a postdoc about science funding in Unifesp. I have one question for each speaker. I'm not sure. So the first question is for the professor from Rio Grande do Sul. I thought your talk was fantastic. I didn't know that the project you talked about, and I've been studying innovation processes and state systems of science and technology. Afterwards, I would like your contact for us to talk a little bit more about that. But I didn't see in your presentation whether you have data about the results of this process. Because one of the things that is hotly debated in terms of research and development funding for economic development is, what do we consider outcomes of investments? If we only mean an increase of company revenue, companies that invest in science and technology, or if we also consider the dissemination of public policy, which are a product of the research in science and technology. So do you have any outcome metrics for the success of this project? And if so, if you could share.
Sim, tem todo o processo.
Yes.
Primeiramente, eu queria dizer que esses programas foram desenhados
These programs were
vamos fazer uma confissão aqui por engenheiros, pessoas que têm essa deformação,
engineers,
assim.
people who have
Então
this
tudo tem
deformation.
métrica, tudo tem
So everything is all about metrics,
contagem, todos os editais
counting.
têm métricas claras e como
All of the
tudo é
public calls
recurso
have very
público,
clear
as métricas
metrics,
estão lá
and as
estabelecidas
it's public
nos
resources,
editais,
all
as
of this is
métricas
established
de
in
desempenho
these
também igualmente
calls.
vão ser entregues pelas pessoas e estão sendo e foram rigidamente cobradas
They
ao longo
were
do tempo. Então
met
as
by
medidas não
people
é
and
apenas em termos
analyzed.
de arrecadação,
So
até
this is
porque
not
essa questão
just in terms
da
of
arrecadação, quando a gente fala em ciência e
funding,
tecnologia, ela é muito
in science and
ela é
technology,
questionável em
this
termos
is
de
very questionable
metodologia,
in terms
as
of
correlações que se
methodology.
faz de que cada
The
dólar gera
correlations that
5 vezes
$1 generates
impacto econômico
5
ou não,
times
tudo
its
isso é muito controverso,
economic
não
impact.
existe
All of that
métrica
is very
perfeita,
controversial.
mas
There's no
todos
perfect
os
metric.
programas
But all
têm
of
sim,
the
tem
programs
métricas, a gente
have
tem
their own metrics.
observatório da
We
inovação
have an innovation
também lá,
observatory there
e o
for
atual
that purpose.
secretário, inclusive,
And
que
the current
assumiu, uma pessoa
secretary that took
bem
office
especializada nessa questão
is
de gestão
specialized
de inovação,
in
então é bem
innovation
tranquilo
management.
conversar com as pessoas para analisar a
He's
questão das
very open
métricas,
to
mas
talk about
evidentemente que
these
numa
metrics.
apresentação
So
de 15, 20 minutos, a
evidently
gente
in
não
a
tem
15-20-minute presentation, we
a
don't have
forma ou o
the
tempo
time
para
or
apresentar em detalhe tudo aquilo
the
que é
resources to
realizado. Mas
present
é muito bem
everything that's
colocado,
done.
estou de pleno acordo, né? A
But it's a
gente,
very good
muitas
question, and I
vezes,
agree.
a gente tem algumas crenças sobre o
Sometimes
sistema, por
we
exemplo,
have beliefs
basta eu
about
financiar
systems
ciência e tecnologia
like, oh, I
e por
fund science and
consequência, de alguma
technology, and
forma, vou ter uma
consequently,
saída positiva na
there will be
economia.
a
Não, não
positive
é assim que
outcome
funciona.
in the
Não é assim
economy.
que funciona, né? A
That's
gente
not
teve
how
alguns
it works.
exemplos ao longo da história em vários
We had a few
países.
examples
A
throughout
gente
history in
financiou,
several
sim,
countries
ciência, tecnologia, inovação, ou agricultura, ou indústria, ou o
in
que
which
for,
we
né?
funded
Se
these
fez
areas,
investimentos financeiros e o resultado não
and
foi
the results
positivo.
were not
Inclusive em termos de
positive.
políticas públicas que tu é
In terms of public
especializado,
policy, this
sabe
is also an
muito,
issue,
muito bem essa
as
questão. É
you may well
excelente
know.
questão. Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Agora tem 2 perguntas.
Now I have 2 questions to Henrique Malvar from Venâncio and Maria Gadelha. Huge part of our population doesn't know what are artificial intelligence. The second one is, what are the negative points that we
Puxa,
can
realmente,
improve in
eu
this
toquei
matter.
pouco sobre isso no início, né, da responsabilidade da inteligência
So
artificial.
I'm the
Quanto ao
beginning of
acesso
it, of the
eu
responsibility
não quis
of
falar muito, mas a
artificial
Microsoft, por exemplo,
intelligence.
investe
So about
bastante, tem programa chamado Mais
access,
Brasil,
the
onde tem
Microsoft
muitos
really
aspectos
invests on
educativos,
it.
então a gente tentando educar pouco
We are trying to
a
educate the
população. Até num dos slides eu
population.
falei da
In
importância
one
de
of
você
my
educar, da
slides,
importância
I
do
talked
currículo,
about the
né, dos currículos,
importance of
desde
this
começando
kind of
já antes
project.
mesmo até da faculdade, antes mesmo da universidade,
Even
as
before
pessoas
the
poderem
graduation, the
começar a
university,
entender
people
pouco o que
should
é
get in
inteligência
touch
artificial, o que
with
você pode fazer
artificial
com a inteligência
intelligence, what
artificial.
we can do with it.
E ao mesmo tempo, como vocês
At the
estão
same time,
acostumados, os aplicativos que você usa no seu
the
telefone,
apps
no
that
seu
we use in
laptop,
our
tudo
mobile,
mais, cada vez
in our
mais usarem o
computer,
uso e você percebendo que eles estão
even
ficando
more we
inteligentes.
use
Mas
this
tem espaço para a gente educar mais, com
AI,
certeza, porque a
and
tecnologia
of
sempre
course we
evolve
have
rápido
more space
demais,
to
né?
educate because
Então os
technology
processos de
evolves really
legislação, de
quickly,
educação ficam pouco
but we are
atrás,
doing
mas a
it.
gente tem que tentar
We are trying
investir. Aquele
to
programa que eu
invest
falei para
more
vocês
in
do AI
it.
for Good, alguns
That program
dos
that
projetos são
I
voltados
talked, AI for Good,
à educação,
it's
inclusive alguns no
towards
Brasil também.
education,
E quanto ao ponto
including
negativo, tem
Brazil.
muitos, né? Por exemplo, os
And
deepfakes
about
hoje
the
são,
negative point
como a
of
Jussara
it,
estava comentando, são
the
gerados
fake
através da
news,
inteligência artificial.
and
Então, a
they are
inteligência
also
artificial pode
generated about
manipular a
the
informação,
AI.
a inteligência artificial pode te dar uma
This
informação
artificial
errada,
intelligence can
a
also
inteligência
give
artificial
you
pode descobrir quem
misinformation,
você é através das suas
can
ações e
find
com
out
isso
things
invadir a sua
about you and
privacidade.
invade your
Então é muito
privacy.
importante que na hora
So
que é
this is very
projetada
important that
os sistemas de
when we are
inteligência artificial, você
programming the
leve isso em conta.
system,
Por
we
exemplo, hoje em
can
dia, o Luiz já estava comentando,
consider this.
dependendo dos dados que você usou para treinar em
Depending
inteligência
on the
artificial, você
data
vai
that
criar
we are
vários
training
tipos de
this
viés.
artificial
E nós
intelligence,
já
we
tivemos
can
problemas com
actually
isso.
create
E
wars.
agora,
And
uma
we
área
had
ativa de
problems with
pesquisa é
this,
você
and we
gerar
have a lot of
processos de inteligência
researchers
artificial que
now
quando você
that
faz
we
o
can
treinamento, o
generate
sistema
this
detecta
artificial
que os dados não
intelligence,
são bons.
and
E avisa para
sometimes the
você, olha, esses
system
dados são
identifies
tendenciosos.
that the
Então
data
ele
is
vai
not
atrás de
good, they are
buscar dados
biased.
tendenciosos para tentar fazer
So they
uma
go
IA que seja
try to
que
find
monte
it,
modelos mais
and
uniformes
we can create
possíveis,
more
mais
models,
inclusivos
more
possíveis e tentando
inclusive and more
evitar, aprender
intelligent,
quais são
avoiding
as
this
vieses
kind
para
of
tentar filtrar.
biased
Mas você tem que, a mensagem
misinformation.
final é que você tem que prestar atenção nisso no início, quando está
So
projetando,
actually
não
we have
depois que
to
você já
look at
lançou
it
tentar
in the
consertar.
beginning
Você
when
tem
we
que
are
projetar
programming
para
the
que seja o mais
system,
robusto possível e
not
sabendo
after we have
que
a
não vai ser
problem.
100% perfeito.
We know that
Mas você tenta
they're
chegar ao
not
mais
gonna be
perfeito possível.
100% perfect, but we can go to try and elaborate and develop. Another question. We're talking about the group dynamics, and there are some speakers and researchers in psychology. Can you talk about the interaction of it? No, I don't have this background, but I could take the names and search. I'm really thankful for the tip. Another question from the audience? Now we have many. There are 3 people there and there. Hi, good afternoon. So nice to meet you here, Luis Lambie. We worked together for 3 years. He was a secretary. So what he is showing us here about his work in the South, Rio Grande do Sul. We worked together. We faced a lot of obstacles there, and we conquered huge advancements there. So knowing the reality in Brazil, specific in Rio Grande do Sul state, with this experience there in Boston, which is a very rich ecosystem in terms of innovation and technology. What are the examples, tips that we can adapt to our reality here in Brazil?
Posso falar?
In a few words, of course. So it could lead to a new talk, but just a few words.
O que o pessoal comenta, que
so what I hear here, that we cannot copy the examples.
Formação do Vale do Silício tem uma quantidade de
imponderáveis não
planejados muito grande. E isso não é fator, é aleatório. Algumas coisas acontecem aleatoriamente, por melhor que sejam os planejamentos públicos. O rico trabalha numa grande corporação que hoje em dia é maior que a maior parte dos países do mundo e sabe o quanto de imponderável há. Claro que tu tens que ter norte para onde tu estás apontando. E claro que
so of course we have to see our north, our horizon that we are going, but we cannot control everything. And during the process, actually, we don't understand everything that's going on. And we cannot put all eggs in the same basket, but who has the priority to greet everybody cannot do anything. So we have to make choices, we have to see where the world is going, and we have to give up what we know that is not going to go well. So the choices, the knowledge, the commitment that we take,
muito forte nessa cultura deles aqui.
Eles também in the United States, very strong.
O Rico estudou no MIT, ou outras pessoas
Rico estudaram no MIT ou Harvard.
Universidades de excelência. Jussara, você mesmo, Odir, você sabe que nem toda instituição é boa em tudo. Então o Brasil deveria, na minha opinião,
Brazil, in my opinion, should, in terms of technology and innovation,
prioridade não é tudo.
Prioritize
ser um país, entre aspas, melhor
naquilo
que ele escolheu como prioridade.
A better country in what we choose to what is our priority. It doesn't need to be innovation or artificial intelligence, but whatever we choose in Brazil, we have to have this planning and this focus on what our priority is. So we lack on this planning and strategy and priorities. We don't define priorities in Brazil. That's my opinion. So I agree with you, but this is another discussion how we can choose priorities in Brazil. So I just saw the government of the United States choose 10 areas as a priority. And so let's go ahead, move on to the next question. Oh, there is another question here. Am I right? So after Edmond here, we have to finish. So there is another person there. So I had this question to Luiz Lambie, the Professor Luiz. One of the biggest tragedies in Brazil is about how we do not use the people who has the knowledge, who are able to use the knowledge here to contribute. And sometimes this is a disconnection to our reality. So we are discussing priorities here in Brazil, so we should take this human material as a question that we should. Talking about resources, how much do we invest in high tech in education? I don't know the solution and the best strategy, but so I lost the question. I'm sorry. So do you have a question? So it was the theme that you were avoiding about the how do we invest in a country to cover education problems or technology programs. So I don't know what the outcome is the best to focus on. So we should invest in technology now or in the future. Okay. So we have to run a little bit because of our time. So can you give us a comment on it?
Se atravessaria para o próximo painel. Obrigado.
I would like to comment, but you cross to a different panel. So we don't have time here. I'm gonna focus on one question, which is to Professor Luis. What would you do differently in your job, in your experience? So what I would do differently?
Definitivo na questão de planejamento ainda mais focado em prioridades.
Mas você sempre faz aquilo que é possível. I would have a more focused planning.
Desculpa estar dizendo isso, Boasson. Que se eu e você, vamos pegar nós dois aqui que somos da área
de let's get the example of our area, which is computing.
Eu e você vamos ficar bravos, etc, porque esqueceram da computação e assim por diante. Mas eu realmente acho que existe recurso limitado.
We have limited resources.
Fazer escolhas. Eu acho que realmente
the country really has to make choices.
Para investir.
The country which has a limited resources, I would revise whatever we draw if we really thought about planning. And in the investments in our resources. So there is another question here from YouTube. Monica. How to contribute to qualified information in the middle of so many misinformation? Shouldn't we teach this information? Shouldn't we have in the schools? Yeah, definitely. We should educate people from the beginning in schools. We should learn and teach about the importance of validate and fact-check information. So we have another question here, the last one. A very short one, please. The mic's coming. So my question is very quick. So I'm going to ask again, what do we do? With our human material that we are not really using it. Europe, for example, they didn't know that they're going to be a revolutionary in industry because of the Second World War. We are talking about talents. The question is about the talents, the human material that we have here, and we are not actually using it properly. Okay. Malvar wants to answer this question, isn't it?
Quase que eu escapo. Puxa vida.
I almost escaped.
Mas nesse é um ponto bom. Eu não sei se a
This is a
pesquisa de
very good
curiosidade
point.
chega a 90% não, mas com certeza é muito grande. E aqui,
The research of
você
curiosity
olha
is not
o perfil das empresas aqui nos Estados Unidos
90%,
nessa área,
but
na minha área, né,
when
tecnologia da
in my
informação,
area,
o que a
for
gente
example,
investe
here
aqui
in
em
United
pesquisa e
States in
desenvolvimento é imensamente. As
information
4 maiores
technology and
empresas
information,
juntas investem mais do que 6
They
vezes o
invest
orçamento,
more than
perdão,
6 times,
mais do que 10
well,
vezes o
forgive me,
orçamento do
more than 10
NSF. O Jim
times
Kurose
the
falou para a gente, o orçamento
budget
do
of
NSF é
NSF,
por volta de 10 bilhões de
which
dólares
is
por
around
ano.
$10 billion
As
a
4 maiores
year.
empresas de
So the
tecnologia
4 largest
investem mais de
technology
100
companies
bilhões de dólares
invest
por ano
over
em
$100
tecnologia.
billion a year
Então,
in
o nosso
technology.
pedacinho aqui da Microsoft,
So
uma coisa que a gente
in
faz
our
é mais ou menos
house
o que o
here
Luiz
in
estava
Microsoft
falando.
is more or
Você
less what
precisa
Luis
de
is talking
prioridade.
about. You
Você tem
need
certas áreas,
to
por
raise
exemplo,
priorities.
AI
For example,
é
AI
praticamente
is
número 1
pretty
para a
much
gente aqui,
number 1
inteligência
for us.
artificial. Mas também você não gasta todo o
However,
seu
you don't spend
orçamento
all of your
só nas
budget in
prioridades.
AI
Você tira uma
or
fatia
even your
e
priorities.
deixa essa
You
fatia
take
para ser uma coisa um pouco
a
mais
slice
distribuída para
from
você
it,
alimentar
and then you distribute the
pequenas
rest
riscos
across
em certas áreas, alguns
risk
riscos maiores, outros
mitigation in
menores,
other
sem
areas,
você saber exatamente o que
without
aquilo vai
exactly
dar, porque vale
knowing
a
what
pena. Se você
that
tem
the
precisa
result
você ter
from
um
that will
volume
be,
de
because
orçamento
you need
a um certo
a
ponto, mas se
volume
você
of
tem,
budget at a certain
separa
point.
pouquinho
But if you do have it,
para fomentar a curiosidade também, que isso é importante. E
dedicate
dentro
a
do
portion of
possível,
it
como a gente faz
for
aqui, faz
curiosity
projetos
research.
colaborativos
And
com
like us,
academia e tudo
create
mais, contratos estagiários e
partnership
tudo mais, que é para também
projects with
aquilo ajudar na educação,
academia
né?
so
Para
that
que
that
a
can
comunidade mais
help
nova
education,
aprenda cada vez mais. E
so that the
fazendo
younger
isso no
population
Brasil,
can
eu
learn
acho que
more and
você
more.
consegue
If you do that
até
in Brazil,
resolver o
I
problema de
think you
segurar
could try and
as
solve
pessoas no Brasil, segurar a
that issue
juventude
of
no Brasil.
holding people back in their country and making them want to develop activities in it. All right, so it's 5:01. I would like to close the session. Thank you so much to all of our speakers, to Jim Kurose as well.